doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text PROTECT to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Is there any truth to the saying that better the devil you know than the devil you don't know? You know Trump. You know he's a big mouth. You also know he's decisive and loves America. The devil you know. Joe Biden? You don't even know who's yanking his chain right now. The devil you don't know. Think about it.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Morning, y'all. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and front office knows what a great way to start.
I hopped up the plane at LA
The day before the 4th of July. Party in the USA, and that's what we're doing this morning.
Yeah.
On Extra.
My goal is to get to a pool by this afternoon.
God bless you, sir.
And
God
then
bless you.
pool tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah. And then from what I've been told, because we'll be in Huntsville, Alabama, Trash Pandas game on Friday.
That's awesome.
And I think we've talked about getting back home Saturday, because it's always nice when you travel and you get home on a Saturday so that you have all day Sunday to kind of do what you want.
Agreed.
Back at home.
Okay,
Love
most
that
important
thinking.
part. I need a Trash Panda shirt.
I know. I kind of want to do
Hat
the
or
same
something.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, something.
that'd be cool.
Now, it
Trash
doesn't
pandas
make
are cool.
any sense to Tug.
No.
The whole idea of a trash panda.
Well, I just know it's the name of that minor league team.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
And,
Over in,
they
they
have-
used to be the Huntsville Stars, and
Right.
they altered. And
Yeah, is it something to do with
Guardians
outer
of the
space
Galaxy.
And so, yeah, okay. Yeah, I knew that.
outer space
Yeah, I knew
and
that.
stuff.
I knew that. I was testing y'all. That was just a test. That's all that
The
was.
joke is that Rocket gets called a trash panda.
Yes.
Oh,
And so, and I'll play it for you later so that you're in on the joke.
okay,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that's right. That way next time I hear it, I'll be like, oh.
Could get you to grow up and
I know,
understand
maybe.
our comic book
I
movies.
know.
That's right.
Yeah.
Our
maybe.
make-a-believe movies
Yes,
that
right.
dictate everything that Rhino and I know about the world.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's the center of your universe.
But it's a raccoon, but the joke is that it's a
The
trash, panda.
But yes, okay, there we go.
You should make him watch the evolution of Rocket
That seems long.
when they make Rocket, and it's so sad. He's such a cute little raccoon baby.
Well, he's got to get through the first two movies to get to the third movie, and he'll
Yeah.
never make the third movie because he's never watched the first movie
that's
of
right.
anything ever.
No, and likely won't unless we do like a team building exercise. And
We're gonna have to make this look like a Clockwork Orange.
yes,
Like put you in a chair, keep your eyes open, and make you
know,
watch
right.
these things.
Can we bring Jacob? Because I know he enjoys all
Yeah,
these
he loves
movies.
it.
So we can
Loves
all
Jacob
just
everywhere.
kind
Like the rest of us will enjoy it,
Yeah.
and then there'll be Tug just sitting there going like, why are we watching these make-a-believe movies?
that's right. Let's watch something real. How about that? Let's watch a documentary, Loves. I know you'd be in for that.
I did watch Molly's Game yesterday.
What is Molly's Game about? Molly Ringwald?
No.
Well, we were talking about the other day. We were talking.
I
about,
know, we were talking about that.
that's why I
No,
thought that was
it was
the
this
spin-off.
dramatized movie with, it was a great cast that they had. So it was, if you guys ever remember, there was a mogul skier named Jeremy Bloom.
Yes.
Now, Jeremy Bloom was also a collegiate football player.
Okay.
And he had gone to Colorado. Yeah, exactly.
Look him up.
And so he was at the time while he was playing college football, he was one of the best return men in the nation. By the way, he was
sounds
an
familiar.
Olympian.
Yeah.
And the NCAA had a hard time with the fact that he was basically being paid as an Olympian over here while being an amateur in college football. Well, turns out his sister, who was older,
Molly Bloom.
Molly Bloom,
Good job.
had ended up running a illegal card operation,
Let's go.
poker in L.A. and then New York. It was a fascinating movie. That was so much cool to watch, and because again, I enjoy a whole lot of Texas Hold'em. So, it was fun to watch and to watch that movie. Just trying to kill some time yesterday, and I was like, I got sucked in, and then I watched all to the point where the Braves game started, and I was like, I got like 10 more minutes in this movie. I'm not gonna change it.
Seriously, I'll miss first pitch. It's okay.
It was so good.
That's awesome. Yeah, and Rhino, big day yesterday at Kennesaw Mountain, and then at a Mexican restaurant. That sounds like if you gave me an option to write down the perfect day, going to a national battlefield and then going, for a hike and then going to a Mexican restaurant and hanging out with your kid, dude, that's the perfect day in my mind.
Yeah, I take these little victories. Liam wanted to go for a hike. I said, yeah, let's go. And he wanted to go to Kennesaw Mountain because he loves the history and the obvious, the cannons are cool. So you have to hike to the top of Kennesaw Mountain. We're trying to, just keep in shape and stay outside. Stay off the video games, stay off the TV, those kind of things. So, and we took we took the Mini Cooper, which is a manual shift. So he's never seen how that works. So I wanted to break down too, like, this is a way to drive a car. First gear, second gear. Yeah. So I showed him that, which blew his mind. He's like, that's so cool. And now he wants to get his Porsche Taycan when he's older in a manual. And I'm like, all right, well, we'll see. Good luck to that.
We called it straight shift growing up.
Yeah, and then we went to the Mexican restaurant. And at 14 years old, I had some questions, too. Like, I don't know why I want to, I guess, just being a dad.
You want to know
trying
he's
to
healthy?
find out, like, he's healthy, he's normal, so, like... So you, like, when you look at girls, like, do you see them and go, wow, she's hot? And he's like, Dad, come on, man. And I'm like, no, seriously, like, when you watch TV, do you watch TV? Because, like, when I was younger, I watched Who's the Boss because Alyssa Milano, to me, was so hot.
Yeah, she had us all
smoking. So now she's a freaking Looney Tune.
And he said, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. And I said, well, you watch Sam and Cat? He goes, oh, yeah, because Ariana Grande.
Oh, so yeah.
And I'm like, all right, we're good.
Healthy young man.
But then I asked him, I said, like, when you and your buddies hang out together, because he's got, like, his little group of buddies.
Yeah, sure.
And do you guys, and he's like, you have sleepovers, you hang out, do you talk about girls? And he's like, well, we one time asked what our types were. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. That's cool.
Absolutely.
And I go, what's your type? He goes, I don't really have one. Like, blonde, brunette.
Smoking.
I like black girls. I like, all different girls. And I'm like, all right, that's cool.
Right, absolutely.
But he did realize, and the most important thing, he said, I said, well, what would you like in a girl? And he goes, someone who just treats me nice and that I could treat nice back.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to argue that.
Yeah, I said, that's perfect. That's what I look for.
Smart kid for sure, man. That's awesome. Tonight, we got Jacob playing baseball, so we're back on the.
We'll see you at home at 10:30.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be a late night for sure. But you know what?
You get fireworks there. Bring fireworks.
Yeah, no kidding. We should.
Them. Yeah.
Well, tomorrow night they do fireworks at Wills Park, which is there in Alpharetta, and the American Legion is close to it. And if you're a member of the Legion, you can give them like a donation of $5 and go. And because the problem is.
And then
there's
blow something up.
So many people that go to this fireworks display. I mean, it's like 10, 15,000 people or something. And so there's not really a place to park. And we're just far enough away that we can't walk down there all the way to Wills Park. I guess we could, but it'd take us a while.
It's a long walk. Yeah, it's a nice park. I love that park.
Beautiful. And right around the corner is the American Legion, and I'm a member there. Like I said, you can throw them a donation, and they'll let you park there. It's right across from Wills Park. You can watch the fireworks display. That's cool. That's my secret.
Well, you just let that one out to 6 people.
It's the exactly. It's the Early Risers Club. There's not many people up with us this morning, but
that's they have the ball field there that faces the road, and I'm always like, who plays there? Because if you hit a home run, that thing's in the street.
Yeah, but
that place is always congested right there.
Yeah, it totally is. But off Rucker. But that's the thing. That's it's like that's the little kids play on that field, so it ain't nobody hitting it out too far. Now, if you've been to like a men's home, you hit it over the.
Wills Park's a nice park. I've played ball out there a bunch.
So much fun.
And they got that nice walking track.
Yeah, man, they got it all over there. It is
and
a
nice pool.
And they just redid the pool a couple years ago, man. It looks like Wally World out there, It's just like the coolest park you've ever been to in the whole life.
I still turn into a kid when I see a nice pool with tons of water slides. I'm like, man, I'm going to get up on that.
Absolutely, man. There's nothing better than a pool with a water slide. And everybody, I think that's
fat Rhino coming out of the bottom of one of those water slide tubes.
Right. But Los, don't you think that is something that is eye candy for every human? Just a big water slide.
Oh, of course. And it's best to always imagine yourself as like just, coming out of the water, and you're so majestic because we all feel this way.
Like, what's her name in Christmas Vacation that came up? Remember?
Christy Brinkley.
Yes, but then in Christmas Vacation. Yeah, it's the one
Katie,
whatever her name is. Whatever her name is.
You come out of the water and everyone's like, oh, now you may not feel this way, but they all go, look at that majestic rhino.
No, they definitely do that. They probably,
if you're doing it right.
Yeah. No, I think
shake my bare hair off like a dog coming out of the water. Can't do it can't throw my hair back.
You know what?
I just shake the body.
Dude, my daddy used to tell me, he was like, they only made a few perfect heads.
That's right.
This happens to be one of them.
That's right.
And I was like, well, I'll be dad. How about that?
Look at that.
Look at there. So that's why. Good Lord made your head perfect. He didn't want to cover it up. He wanted everybody to see that perfect head.
That's true.
So there you go. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. Joe Biden may get the haters and the people that have lost hope in him and lost any sort of what the hell are you doing?
What's this chair? Pete messed up that chair yesterday, I think.
That one? Because I've noticed the one I'm sitting in is lower than the one that I normally sit in.
I still think Carlos needs to go get his chair back, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly. One that's in the sales pit.
With his picture on the back.
That one was sitting up very high. I couldn't drop it down. And so I basically just got to the point where I just felt so uncomfortable with it. I just was like, I got to move it somewhere.
I'm going to move it.
It's the best on YouTube, just seeing you get up.
Yeah.
just
move the chair.
You're like Joe Biden in the White House normally.
Like wandering. And it was so uncomfortable, I couldn't even wait till the commercial break. Because I'm serious. I'm like sitting up like 5 inches higher than I typically do. So I'm bending over the microphone. And I felt just like I'd like whoever had set up the chair that way had done something such a ridiculous setup that there's no way that I could be comfortable doing a radio show.
Beelzebub.
I'm glad we have the YouTube channel.
Hello, YouTube.
It was like we're having a meeting. Tug and I are just looking at each other talking. And then Carlos out of nowhere just gets up,
move the chair,
and walks with the chair away, and then comes back with another chair.
It was so uncomfortable.
Like
this one's much better.
Like, get back here, Joe. We're talking about a war going on between Russia and Ukraine.
And put your britches on.
Yes, I just started sauntering off the stage awkwardly.
Yeah. Not naked, though. He didn't take his go, thankfully. But anyway.
This chair's better, by the way.
No, good. I'm just glad you're comfortable. You know what? It's Friday. Things just go crazy.
You know what? I am going to go. I'll go get my chair today.
I don't blame you, dude. Yeah. I'll do it. Wheel that damn thing right in here.
Exactly. Yeah, it'll be awesome.
I can't wait.
And as soon as the sales guy who has taken my chair starts to complain about his back, I'm going to be like, sucker?
Sucker?
You know what?
Why don't you come get this chair?
The only reason you
get
have
hands if you do.
The only reason he has a bad back is because karma. Because he didn't have a bad back before he stole the chair.
But do you know that for sure? Or are you just
I'm making that up.
Oh, well.
But I do know that his surgery, he started getting pain later on, and then he had surgery way later than from the time that he stole the chair from Carlos.
He probably needs it more so.
I was going to say, you going to take that man?
He was a collegiate running back. Like, albeit a smaller college, but still. It was a smaller university, but you don't get away from college football running the football, and it's no big deal to then go sit in your chair for a while.
Yeah, your spine's all mashed up.
But I'm going to take that chair anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
You should.
Low.
But I'm the one who did the work for it.
I know, but the man's back.
Okay, well, you know what?
He's got a day of figuring it out.
He should have got an NIL deal and gotten his own chairs for his back problems. Yeah.
Or maybe just go buy one.
Right.
Life's tough. Get a helmet.
Yeah, get a helmet there.
Candace Owens? Tell him.
You're like Kamala Harris. Yeah, girl, I'm out in these streets. That's what it is.
She's the last person that's been out in the streets. Well, actually,
it was a different time. It was a different time.
Yeah. Dude.
That's Montel Williams.
Yeah. So good. Anyway, so they think they might nominate Joe Biden early, like on the 21st, just to get, to soothe everybody's fears. And I don't know how that would do that. That was actually just seems like it would piss a lot of people off. But look, that's what the Dems say they're going to do. They're going to do it virtually in a meeting on the 21st versus waiting till the the 17th of August to do it there at the end of the DNC. And they're already having to do it early because they got to get them on the ballot in Ohio.
Yes.
So it's not like this is, something that's out of the blue. Now they're just doing it for multiple reasons.
Yeah, because number one, they want to make sure that he's on the ballot in Ohio. And that was a big story that we had talked about a long time ago, that there's a good chance he'd be kept off of it. And with Mike DeWine out there, he's not going to sit there as the Republican governor and be like, yeah, we're willing to change all the laws just for you, Joe.
Nope.
But this also makes sure that he stays on a lot of ballots and is on those ballots that he can't get off of. This is a way for them, once again, to threaten democracy and not give the people the chance to look and say, this isn't the candidate we want. Because that's what the DNC, the RNC is all about. If you get to a point where you don't want that candidate, that's where we do the election. Nobody's official right now. These are preliminary nominees.
This is so much fun that we are right in the Game of Thrones moment where everyone is trying to fight to hold on to their power as of now. And it all goes back to Joe messing up last Thursday, and now every single faction within the Democrat Party is trying to hold on to theirs.
But this has been happening. I mean, some people have reported 2018 is when they started noticing the signs of dementia. But heavily for the last year, it is being reported by Politico and all kinds of people that heavily for the last year talking about walking out of meetings, like you getting up to go get the chair.
But remember, we're less than a week removed from what happened on Thursday to where you now have even governors saying we have to meet with Joe.
Which they're doing today.
Before we endorse Joe, and we want to see where he's at mentally, because they're looking at it as how many down ballot losses are we going to take because you were so incredibly foolish and we played the game for the better part of 4 years that you were not cognitively messed up.
You have to want to believe. Yeah, but you have to, Rhino, you have to want to believe. If you're one of those governors that sit down with him today, of course, between 10 and 4.
Sure.
Because that's just
always. Joe woke up at 10, daily briefing at just after 10, got into his Pampers, met with governors by like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, maybe. And you have to want to believe. There's no way, having saw what you saw on last Thursday, and then knowing what's been happening for at least a year, and seeing all the slips on TV and all the cheap fakes, as they would call it, knowing that they're not cheap fakes at all, but you have to want to believe that everything's okay to convince yourself of believing everything's okay.
Yeah, the workers behind the scene. Joe Biden can't convince any of these governors of anything. They've all known. But they know one thing, too. This is the head. This is the puppet. This is not the leader of this party. Barack Obama is the leader of this party. Barack Obama is the dictator who's dictating what will happen and what won't happen. So that's where the governors are going to sit there. They're going to be respectful, and they're going to be like, it's okay, Joe. It's okay. Joe, you did a great job. You answered all the questions. We're going to spin this as best as we can, blah, blah, blah. They are basically being threatened with democracy, or by democracy, by saying if you don't go our way, then, well, your job is going to suffer. And that's going to be the big takeaway from today. I don't think any governor is going to go against Joe Biden. It looks bad politically. I mean, they know that he's off, but they will circle around and spin around this and say things like, hey, it's more important to get rid of the Supreme Court justices that follow the Constitution and try to pack it with ones that don't. It's too important to have Joe, even though he's old, when it comes to women's rights to their body. That's what this will be about.
So, by the way, the president's going to take his daily briefing a little bit later today. That'll be at 11:30 in the morning.
Oh.
And then he will meet with the Democratic governors at 6:30
p.m.?
That's the plan.
Oh, that's going to go bad. That's terrible news.
But again, daily briefing, typically 10 a.m. It'll be 11:30 today.
Yeah, that's because he's sleeping in. And then the nap will be from noon to 5. And then wake up.
Yeah, it's too late for the Democrats.
Dude,
way too late. 6:30 is too late for Joe.
Dude. They're going to have a Medal of Honor ceremony at the White House at 4:45. He'll wander off from that one, too.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
He'll think he's one
Joe,
of those.
Where's Joe?
Yeah.
Joe, come back, Joe.
My son died.
Yeah, exactly. Again?
Yeah. In Iraq.
Joe did one thing right during the debate last Thursday. One thing he got right. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
It must be tough to be a Biden voter right now. Maybe we can find it in our hearts to show them a little empathy and compassion. They are having to pretend to ignore the all too obvious diminished capacity of their presidential candidate.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Today is such a terrific day. Do you know why this day is better than others? It's National Air Conditioning Day. Who doesn't love air conditioning? I mean, of all the things that we've come up with in the United States of America, like light bulbs, like airplanes, like going into space and things like that, you know what the greatest thing that we've ever done in America is? Air conditioning. It's the most glorious thing in the world. Everybody wants it. Everybody loves it. Only lefty loonies want to get rid of it. And you don't want to work with a company like that. You want to work with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. A company that's been serving Atlanta and their HVAC needs for 70 plus years. They will keep your house cool because that's what air conditioning does. Keeps your house incredibly cool. Especially when we're going to have what's today supposed to be? What's the temperature? Oh, my watch didn't charge last night, so I don't know. What was the temperature? Does anybody know what the temperature is supposed to be? It's going to be in the 90s. Hot. H-O-T-T, hot, like the top of a 1986 Camaro. I'm just telling you, if you want good service and you want your HVAC to last as long as it possibly can, get a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. You can do that at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Or if your HVAC is torn up right now, call them. They will get out there quickly, and they service all makes and models. They are your Atlanta Carrier experts, but they can service any type system that you have. Again, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com on National Air Conditioning Day.
Senior Principal Technical Services, PSO, WMIS positions offered by Manhattan Associates Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Senior Project Manager responsible for identifying and resolving complex technical problems in all aspects of multiple supply chain product and service implementations of over $1 million revenue from inception to installation. Up to 50% domestic travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the Podcast Park. See you around, Atlanta.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. On the app, the best way to listen. Or you can stream us on the Extra YouTube channel. It is always available to you there as well. You can interact that way, too. You can send messages over social media at Extra 106.3 or just on the Extra YouTube channel. We'll be able to communicate with you there, too. It's just a lot of ways to connect with the show, Tug, Rhino, and Los. I don't know that I'm a collector per se, but once in a while I'll see something like, man, that's really cool. I'd like to have that as a memento of something that I really love. You know, maybe it's, I don't know, if you grew up a Braves fan, it's a Chipper Jones ball or a Chipper Jones bat. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something.
A Trump Glock.
Yes.
That's what I've been looking at all morning.
Exactly. Who's our friends that put those together?
Mike Bryan.
Skydis?
Skydis Gear. Mike Bryan, our friend over there, they put together these really beautiful at Sports South, the shooting warehouse. So they're about to release these awesome 9mm from Glock that they've redone that look just absolutely beautiful.
Trump on the handle.
Yeah,
I'm not in for that. Like that, it just doesn't interest me. But there's definitely a market out there for it.
Man.
There is an autographed copy of the lyrics to American Pie, Don McLean's American Pie.
Okay,
that it just sold for $154,000.
Well, I don't have that money, but I would.
Me either. But I don't know.
I love that song.
Oh, me too. Even though he's a freaking lefty loony.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I love the song. But it's those kind of things. I mean, you have to have more dollars than you got cents. But if you have it and you could do it, then it's a cool thing to have. Handwritten lyrics to American Pie, autographed by Don McLean, and $154,000. The only thing that stands in your way. Lois, is there anything like that you care about?
A collectible?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Nothing? Because I brought up, just like if you're a Braves fan, maybe you want a Chipper Jones bat. Or Rhino brought up the folks at Scottis doing the Trump handled guns, which is, I mean, if that's what you're into, cool, man, go get it. But I was trying to think of something that would get me to, and I know there has to be something, and I love stuff like that, autographed lyrics. I mean, because I'm a music guy, there's bound to be something that would get my attention. I'd be like, oh my gosh, like a Kurt Cobain autographed guitar, knowing that that it's irreplaceable.
I do think it's pretty cool that Glenn Beck has like his own traveling American history museum. Like that, that's pretty cool.
But he's sharing that with others,
right? You have the Jim Irsay. He's the owner of the Indianapolis Colts. He's like a big collector of classic music gear, like Beatles guitars and things like that.
And recording equipment too, right? Isn't that in there? I feel like I've read about that
before. That's big for him. I just don't know if there's anything that I would be that passionate about.
If money was no object, would you think it would change though? Because I kind of think maybe.
I don't know. Maybe.
Like, what would be one thing that you would be like, dude, if I could get that would be something that I mean, like something from like the Spurs. I don't know.
No, I think that like I'm more fascinated by like Civil War or
like
World War II gear. I don't need a cannon.
Well, that's why
I did look into like the belt buckles for these guys,
but those are only a couple $100.
Right, those aren't crazy, but that era of warfare, some of the equipment, I think it would be interesting to own.
I'd want Indiana Jones hat and whip.
Okay, right, because if
money was no object, that's like the collectible.
That just sold at auction too, didn't it? I feel like something from Indiana Jones just sold at auction.
That's not like it's one.
What do you mean? Oh, because there's multiple of them. There's a lot of props. Yeah, but I mean,
the Raiders. Now I'm curious.
The Raiders there. Intern Andrew, is there anything that
lightsabers? Oh,
wow, okay.
Star Wars stuff.
I didn't know you're a nerd
Marvel
like that.
stuff. Yeah, I'm a nerd like that.
Okay, all right. Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I love historical stuff too, Los, and I know Rhino does as well. Like I had this great uncle that lived up in Cartersville, and he's passed on, and it's been handed down. But because there's so much Civil War history in Cartersville and Cassville and that area, he lived there for his entire life. And he died at, oh my gosh, in his mid to late 90s. But during the earlier parts of his life, he would just get metal detector out, and
so brilliant.
I mean, he had an entire room, like the size of the studio, just full of belt buckles and swords and cannonballs and muskets and all kinds of Civil War stuff.
I wish I had the patience to actually do that. Like, I don't. Because if I don't find something right away, I get mad and throw things.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, I should have definitely gotten a cannonball by now.
By the way, the Indiana Jones fedora hat went for $521,000 last time.
Okay, I thought, is that recent?
Let me.
Yeah, because I feel like I saw that was recently.
Now, would you wear it?
2018 was the last time it was sold.
Would you wear it, Joe? Like, would you wear that around?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't leave home without it.
Really? You'd destroy it by wearing it on your fat head?
Okay. What's wrong with you today?
Come on. Wait, do you not have a big head?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Well, but
maybe Harrison Ford has a big old head too.
The defense rests.
Yeah, but
no, he does not. Not like you. You can tell the difference.
It would. Don't you think? Or you? Well, I guess if you had that kind of money, it wouldn't matter.
Stupid money. If I'm spending that money on Indiana Jones's hat and whip,
I don't think you're wearing it.
Yeah, I don't think you wear it.
Definitely wearing it.
No?
Now,
Because then I have stupid money to blow. Why not wear it?
So you'd waste $500,000 for a hat and whip, and you'd go out and ruin it.
If I was a bajillionaire, for sure.
Yeah, you are definitely too liberal for me.
A bajillion.
You're an idiot.
A bajillion. That's
I can get you a Garth hat. You know what that is? No.
Oh.
So when you see Last Crusade, when they have the scene where it's the villain who puts the fedora on him, and that apparently that hat has been available before as well.
Okay.
And it's not $520,000.
Now, I've seen the movies, and I don't know what a Garth hat is. What is that?
Garth is the villain in Last Crusade.
Oh, I got it.
Who's they're raiding the cave, and he's the one that kind of inspires Indiana Jones's look.
404-741-1230. Chris is on the phone, man. What inspires, what's a collector's item that you're looking for?
G.I. Joe's.
Okay.
I had 75 from the Marine full dress uniform, then the Tomb, the Unknown Soldier.
Oh, wow.
The guard that dresses that. I had the motorcycle, World War II motorcycle, the Navy gun on the turret. I had them all. My house got robbed. They got taken.
Oh, that's the worst. Oh, no. Man.
I was hoping this story was going to end with, and they're in a storage unit.
And they're worth $500,000. I can't wait to sell them. No, not so much.
Revving them up, getting them ready.
No. But you
take out on the road.
You could hear the pride in his voice of all the stuff that he had before. Yeah, obviously the thing took a turn for the worse.
It is interesting, the Star Wars collectibles from the 80s, how much those are worth now. And I had so many of those things.
I'm telling you, the G.I. Joes now, I'm sure Chris was talking about like the big G.I. Joes, like from the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, the originals,
Because I had all the smaller ones, right? But I remember I had the F-14, I had the aircraft carrier, I had the G.I. Joe Fort. Dude, I thought I was the coolest guy in the world. And then all that stuff is gone too. Because I don't know if the G.I. Joe, the small G.I. Joes are worth anything. Like, because the Star Wars folks are worth
the vintage G.I. Joes.
The one that Chris was talking about.
Yes, they run for about $260.
Jeez, man. And if you had them all, dude, that's a pretty good little hit. You earn yourself, $5,000-$10,000. I had that F-14 that you're got
$350.
Are you serious?
Uh-huh.
Good Lord. I mean, my parents probably paid, $50 for it, maybe. I would imagine, then. And that was a whole lot of money in 1985, 86, 87. $50 for a toy?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Gosh, man. And now it's worth, what'd you say, $350?
$350.
Goodness, that's quite a return on that.
That could have sent you to college.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Instead, spend it on the toy plane.
That's right. Yeah, you could have invested in some compound interest coming away.
You've been in good shape.
The eighth wonder of the world. And instead, I got nothing. I got the memory. That's all. It was fun playing with it, but nothing. It's
you hear the pain in his voice.
Yes, it burns. It burns. It does. And I know Mom and Daddy just gave it away. They probably put it in a yard sale for a nickel.
That's right.
Just
let it go.
It's just gone just to get it out of there. My heart is hurt.
By the way, here's your picture of Garth. Just so
I recall him. Yep.
Yeah, that was the character that gave him the fedora that's supposed to inspire his look.
Those are movies that I still watch when they're on TV too. Like if I ever scanning through and any of the Indiana Jones are on, I usually stop.
Well, it's him versus the Nazis. Yes. It's so classically cool.
That's exactly right, man. 80s movies just did it better. They did it right. Joe Biden did something right during the debate, but it wasn't right for him and his campaign. It's actually right for the other side.
This was impossible. I cannot believe this played out the way it did on Thursday. And I'm always skeptical about the CBS News YouGov poll.
Yeah, those are shaky. Because
they're always shaky just because you wonder who the respondents are, and they always say, we're using an online method to collect this data.
Mm-hmm.
But when it plays out like this, it's overwhelming. So when asked the question, presented ideas clearly, and when it came to the debate, 47% of respondents said Trump did versus Biden, which was 21%. That's a pretty big number. Inspired confidence. Trump, 44% of respondents say it was him. Only 18% said Joe Biden. And here was the craziest one. Appeared presidential. 46% said Trump. Just 28% said Joe Biden.
Wow, that's nearly half.
So you're talking about, like, when you look at it and you go, like, okay, 3 to 4 points, margin of error. All right, that's what it is. When you have 20-point leads on somebody over those three, that's huge. And Biden did it. It wasn't Trump. It was Biden did it himself.
It was actually Trump sitting back and just letting the meltdown happen. He didn't have to say anything. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to appear stately. And it must have been really difficult to do that because of what was happening in front of your face. You had to be jaw on the table. But he pulled it together. He didn't pounce. He didn't name call. The only thing that got a little bit silly was the golf thing, and we've goofed about that. And that's 3/4 of the way in, and I bet half the people had already tuned out by that. They probably found out about it on social media. But to make Trump look presidential is a huge victory.
For as much as they were all running around saying, and I've yet to hear them be specific about, well, Trump was lying, because that's been Warnock's thing. He lied this many times. Like, okay, explain to me. Because I know when CNN fact-checked Joe Biden, one of the biggest things they went to was, you claim that no servicemen have died on your watch, yet you have 13 in Afghanistan that you completely forgot about. Yeah. And we've had drone strikes in different countries where we've lost, including people from the state of Georgia. And yet you're trying to claim it's zero?
Yeah, that's the sick part about it. I mean, there is a good reason why he was looking at his watch during the service. He wasn't paying attention. He doesn't remember any of their names, and that's why the Gold Star families hate him and can't stand him, because you know what he is? He's a liar. He's a liar because not only did he ignore the 13 soldiers, he also, at that same time, tried to relate by saying his son died in
Then he corrected it.
So, and let's be real. That's all he's done is lie. And Democrats, they can continue to play this game, but the American people know the truth.
But this now feeds into all the polling, Rhino, where it doesn't matter which one you go to. At a minimum, it's been at least 6%. Some of them are much larger at this point.
Yeah, they definitely are a lot larger at this point. And part of that is that I think the American people saw the truth. And that was just one look. I don't think anybody really was under the impression that Biden was like all there and sharp as can be. I think they realized, like, okay, he is diminishing a little, but CNN opened it up. And then the next day, as soon as you see the poll numbers coming in now you're looking at an area where they're so scared that they can't even win Minnesota. They're not going to win Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia,
New
Florida,
Hampshire's
New
in
Hampshire.
play.
I mean, these are big problems for the Democrats. And now these poll numbers are the Harris poll. You're looking at 6 points.
Politico is saying
Politico,
that,
6 to 8 points.
Well, that, and they said Michigan is a done deal, out of reach. It's over with in Michigan.
Yeah, which is why they're going after Whitmer so hard, and she would be stupid to even step in and even, that's the thing. Like, stay away from this. Let Biden fail at this point, because he's going to get destroyed. And I don't know if any Democrat can actually pick up that torch and run with it, despite Michelle Obama. But even then, I'd be skeptical of that. So she'd have the best chance out of anybody to be able to get that done. But otherwise, I don't think people believe the Democrats anymore. And I think that was huge, because look, we're not going to get the typical liberal crazy to actually go, you know what, I'm done. I'm going to vote for Trump. They're just not going to show up. And that's going to be the biggest problem. So I think a 6% could easily be 8%, because I don't think some of those people will even show up.
So this is a reporter from Axios and a story that broke in the Politico as of this morning. They talk about what it's like from a senior administration official, because again, the long knives are now out. Mm-hmm. What it's like briefing Joe Biden. The quote was, "It's like you can't include that. That was going to set him off. Put that in. He likes it. It's a Rorschach test, not a briefing, because he's not a pleasant person to be around when he's being briefed. He's very difficult, and people are scared essless of him. He doesn't take advice from anyone other than those few top aides, and it becomes a perfect storm because he just gets more and more isolated from their efforts to control it."
Man, can you imagine? He was an angry, hard to deal with person before dementia, and now we know dementia, and just because we know about it, it makes you angry because you're frustrated. You can't recall the things you used to, can't do the things you used to,
and the more
that just multiplies it.
And the more you brief him with more details that he can't follow, the angrier he gets.
The more he gets upset. I'm telling you, and today will be interesting at, I think Lo said 1 o'clock, when he sits down with these governors and they weed through their plan forward. How are they going to settle the nerves of these governors? They'll probably just tell them it was a stutter. I mean, that's a possibility, right? I mean, that's what they've been saying it is. So we'll talk about that next on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Joe Biden has a stutter, and he's had it as a child. I mean, you people are so dumb. Go back to your shanties.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust. Your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
I've got the place for you to go if you want to this 4th of July holiday. Get in gear right after the holiday is done and get the outside, the exterior of your home upgraded. Explore the ultimate destination for your home exterior improvements with Southern Exteriors. Mike Poole, he will tell you, and you can watch it on their Instagram Reels if you'd like. Mike goes through them. I mean, they can cover your home's exterior, roofing, windows, and they do it with incredible service. I mean, they do single siding, they do wrap, they install gutters, columns, shutters. They're a one-stop shop for homeowners that don't have to take multiple phone calls with a whole bunch of different people, subcontractors. You call them, they can focus on your entire project. Get everything done at once at Southern Exteriors. They will make your home, your castle, and the envy of the entire neighborhood. If you need it painted like we did, they can paint it. Your one point of contact for all the projects for your home. Our next is going to be extending that back deck and making it that envy of the backyard in the neighborhood. We're going to do it with Southern Exteriors. I hope you will too. Trust them. They've been doing this since, for over 20 plus years. And you can reach out to them, like I did, at 877-9-SOUTHERN, 877-9-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co. It is southernexteriors.co.
Get ready. Diamonds Direct will forever change the way you shop for jewelry. With over 80 years experience in direct sourcing, Diamonds Direct is finally opening in Atlanta. Customers across the Southeast know Diamonds Direct for their unbeatable selection and prices, but return again and again because of their unparalleled customer experience. The experts at Diamonds Direct are your advocate in the dizzying world of diamonds, ensuring you are nothing shy of confident in your purchase. How do they do it? With the best selection, the best quality, and the best price. In fact, Diamonds Direct guarantees they won't just meet any local price, they'll beat it. So if you can dream it, Diamonds Direct can deliver it. Build your own engagement ring, tap into their custom design studio, or choose from hundreds of ready-to-wear styles. No other jeweler can maximize your budget like Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct, coming soon to Buckhead and ready to amaze Atlanta with the best selection, the best quality, the best price, and the best people guaranteed.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to the Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
It's Lee Come Key.
Welcome back to the Lee Come Key request line. Ready for something with a kick that's still smooth? Talk about a hot time at dinner time.
Crisscross.
This is America's #1 spicy mayo and non-GMO verified sriracha. It's the Sriracha Slide coming at you from Lee Come Key.
Turn it out.
Sriracha Slide on over to srirachalove.com to check it out.
Sriracha real smooth.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3 with daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with the Morning Extra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3. And catch all of Neil's commentary on the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. We're on the air until 10, almost through hour number 1 with the king of freaking rock and roll. God, I feel like Cameron this morning. He would be.
Urinate yourself.
Well, no. Does he normally do that?
Well, I'm just asking.
Because I normally sit in the seat that he sits in. I would like to get up.
I imagine
if that's the case.
I imagine you're armed, you're horny, or you urinated yourself. You know?
Yeah.
Because anything can happen.
That's such an ugly word. Awful
What,
word.
horny?
Horny?
Yes.
Urinate.
Horny. Urinate's fine.
Periwinkle.
I mean, if you were to actually take Kimmer aside and say, which one of these three things will happen on the show today? He might say all three.
Yeah, but that middle one. It's just an awful word.
You just have a problem.
I mean, that happens all day for him,
with
though.
people of an advanced age. For some reason, you don't look at them as love makers. And look, the man deserves what he deserves.
Well, let's be honest. Kimmer is not right now in a good spot where he's lovemaking, though.
What do you mean?
He's old.
Well,
there's no women.
He wants companionship.
He's got no companion.
Yeah, that's right.
He needs mama.
And Mama's busy.
And he's brought it up.
She just retired from driving the school bus. Yeah. She's actually going to have some free time on her hands.
He wants to be able to go into the hereafter and have a lady friend he's going to spend eternity with. And that's, it's not right. So far, it just is Flounder.
Oh, God, that's horrible.
Can you imagine how he's got to wait on Flounder?
Yeah.
Get up here, Flounder. I need you.
That's right. I need your warm embrace.
I have a feeling if that was the case, Flounder would be doing everything he could not to get there.
He turns to a life of crime.
Yeah. I would rather burn in the everlasting.
That's right.
Kimmer's waiting for me in heaven. I can't go there.
I'm not going there.
He's listening to AC/DC. I'm on the highway. Yeah.
Yes.
I love it. Joe Biden, for everything we saw on last Thursday, y'all have to realize the man had a stutter.
This is a combo of fun here.
That's what happened.
So Zero Hedge had the story as of yesterday, and what it showed was the amount of job openings that are available. And you recognize that a predominant amount of the full-time job openings in this country right now are government jobs. And we talked about how when you are in the scenario of the government basically providing the jobs, they don't create anything. They don't develop anything.
Nope.
So it's your tax dollars that's just being sucked right out of the private sector.
Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, the two things that Joe can't get away from is the fact that here's what the job market is, here's what the economy is, here's what your age is. I want you to take a listen to this. This is 6 seconds. I want you to try and break down what Biden is saying, because I'm telling you, the combo is his age, this economy, and that's why he's losing.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Hey, something denied, baby? Was denied in there? Yeah, play it one more time.
Something along the lines of so long that she is denied. Something about
can be secure.
Sorry, can I get a country of origin?
Yeah, seriously.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
I got nothing, man.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
What is he talking about? Do we know? We're supposed to know?
Do we have to know? Do we know? Anybody know?
Do we know? Do we need to know?
No.
Lowe's, you're the one that's almost got your doctorate done. We need Dr. Lowe's to
I think I know what it's about.
But remember, it's a stutter.
I think. No. Yeah, that's a stutter. I think it was him talking about Karine Jean-Pierre.
Being smoking hot.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
Denied.
She has zero interest in you, sir.
No, I know that, but she's still cute. She's cute.
I think when
you
she
have a better chance with Sam Britton.
Yeah.
What? Yuck.
Oh, yeah. You and Sam Britton.
Yeah. Did y'all see where they let him off?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. I mean, they let him off the hook completely. He's got to do 50 hours of community service for grand theft larceny.
Well, he's got white privilege.
Yeah.
So of course he did. That's white privilege right there. I think he was talking about the denial of Karine Jean-Pierre that he's old again, and that these are still cheap fakes because there is one part of the media apparently that only one part that showed these videos. So then she denied it. So it had to be something about that.
I suppose. I mean, I really don't have even a guess as to what he's. I mean,
are they going to really play this game?
Yes, they are. Are they going to have they're? I mean, we just talked about it last time. But they're going to have the governors there today to ease their fears about whatever that was.
Okay, and the governors know, right? That's not a stutter.
Of course they know. You have to be willingly ignorant. You have to say, you know what? I'm okay because I think Trump's so bad that I'm willing to take a man who has dementia as the president.
But if the economy was strong, if everything was humming, then we would have confidence in the overall team, and people would more than likely go, all right, I'm going to vote for Joe. He may not be able to function for another 6 months. This is going to be precipitous, but I like where the country is, and so I'm going to vote for Team Biden. Mm-hmm. In this case, when, again, started with just the zero hedge numbers on job openings, job creation is strictly coming into the public sector. When the economy's not strong and the president can't put a sentence together, here's the combo that ends you after 4 years.
That's a recipe for disaster right there.
Yeah, but Democrats don't care about that. They don't care about the fact that they would weekend at Bernie's him every single day.
Well, fortunately, they need more than just them in order to get elected.
Yeah, well,
but that's going to be their effort. That's what they're going to attempt. You're both right. You're both saying
it's happening.
Similar.
It's happening every single day. It started happening yesterday with the immunity trial. You started to see exactly what Democrats' plan is and what their voters believe. Their voters believe that this dead man is better than Trump and that the policies that Joe Biden has put forward, even though if you ask voters what policies, they can't really give you any. They'll work around and say exactly what the mainstream media has told them to say, but that's the game now. It doesn't matter that he had one bad night, which we know is a lie.
Yeah, that's not the case.
He still had 3 years of great performance with the Inflation Reduction Act, which has helped reduce inflation all around the country and all over the world. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. We have infrastructure being built. We have all these great EV stations.
$7
stations.
billion.
It was a bathroom in the Philadelphia airport.
That's the successes.
But see, we don't have the Democrat voters don't need to look into that. All they hear is that. And then now it's, hey, if Donald Trump gets in, he's going to kill everybody in sight, and you'll never be able to take care of your body or have an abortion. And they're going to make this so extreme. It's going to be no abortions, and they're going to federalize it, even though word for word Donald Trump said, I have no business making a federal ban legal on abortion. So they're going to continue to lie and fall in that trap that, hey, one bad night means that it's not a big deal.
All Team Biden had to do was not mess with a V-shaped recovery. That's all. That's all it was going to take. And day one, you had 17 different orders that were issued, and it wrecked the economy and it wrecked where we're at.
I don't know that this is real, but if it is, it's going to be a landslide for Donald Trump. Did y'all see the Open Labs leaked? It's basically the country and the breakdown of the Electoral College, and it is 360. I'm going to zoom it in. 358 to 180.
Is that the map? Yeah.
And I don't know that it's real.
It's the one that I retweeted yesterday and said, I don't believe it.
Yeah, exactly
I fall for this trap before.
Yeah.
I mean, but I would say momentum is going that way.
I think so too, man. I don't know that that's real. I have no idea.
I fell for the red wave.
Yeah, right.
I fell for the red wave in 2022. I'm not going to fall for it again. Do I think that is plausible? Absolutely.
Likely.
Do I think they'll cheat to make more blue? Absolutely.
Yes, I do.
The most conservative number I've seen is 283 without a problem.
Yeah.
You need 270 to win, and 283 was without a problem.
Do you today believe that that Trump wins?
I think he's getting smashed.
You think Trump?
I think Joe Biden and what is going on now, when you see the polling in weird places that are not supposed to be, there are places that are not supposed to be toss-ups.
New Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico.
These are places that are not supposed to be in play.
And Virginia's a tie. He's up by one in New Hampshire, one in New Mexico. Places that that Republicans haven't won since 1988.
Again, this is what happens when you run inflation for the better part of 4 years, as high as it's been since the 70s, with interest rates as high since the 70s.
What you're saying is correct, but me and Rhino feel the same way. That cheating throws a wrench in everything.
Yep.
That's the concern. One prominent Democrat said Biden's debate performance was like seeing your grandma naked. You just can't unsee it. Who said it? We'll tell you next on Xtra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Not only does the present structure make it possible for illegal aliens to vote, it actually encourages them to do so. So how much confidence does that give you in our elections? Just asking.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
I've been with EMC Security for over 10 years, and their service and support are always fantastic. There's nothing better than a business that understands that great service earns loyalty, unlike companies that rely on contracts. Plus, their prices are unbeatable, and they're always focused on solving any issues quickly.
It's time to experience long-term satisfaction and true customer care. EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
It's the unsung hero of your home, your garage door. You never think about it. You just hit the button and it opens until it doesn't. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. So you're ready for a new garage door. At All Four Seasons, we offer fast service, affordable prices, and a huge selection of styles, colors, and custom features. Improve your curb appeal, lower your energy bill, secure your home, and increase your property value. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Hey guys, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly. Have you heard the buzz about Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy?
Thanks, Tara. I'm Dr. Eugene Wallace, CEO and head of schools of Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy in Austell, Georgia. We are Christian, scholarly, affordable, and relational. Seeds of Excellence is committed to nurturing the whole child, spirit, mind, and body. From daily Bible classes to weekly chapel services, advanced technology, world languages, fine arts, athletics, national competitions, and a dedicated team of great professionals, our scholars from 6 weeks to 8th grade receive quality care through a premier education grounded in Christian worldviews. By blending the Abeka curriculum with Georgia State standards, we offer a comprehensive and faith-based learning environment that equips our scholars for success. We are thrilled to partner with Our Town Monthly. We want everyone in the community to read all about us.
You're right, Doc. Seeds of Excellence is a perfect fit. Friends, explore SOECA.net and experience the difference today.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
If he had pleaded guilty and said, God, I'm such an idiot, I was high, I'm so sorry, I'll bet there's a million other guys who signed the form after smoking a joint. What a terrible mistake. I guarantee he would have been fined and given probation.
But you know why he did it? Because he's abiding in Delaware and he thought he was going to get away with it.
They were looking for jury nullification. There's no other possible explanation that a lawyer in good standing would say, hey, Hunter, oh, sure, they got the goods on you, but you know what? Let's take a chance on one of your friends. I mean, unbelievable, the nerve of these people.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
He's not giving up. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, though some of his fellow Democrats think President Biden should.
We got to make a decision. One he alone has to make.
Congressman Mike Quigley tells Fox 32 TV in Chicago it's more than just one bad debate performance. And Reuters reports 25 Democratic lawmakers are considering joining Lloyd Doggett. He was the first House Democrat to call for a Biden replacement candidate. Fox's Jared Halpern reports from the White House.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says,
We want to turn the page on this.
Jean-Pierre says even President Biden concedes he is not as strong a debater as he once was.
But I will say this, and the president said this over the past couple of days, certainly right after the debate. He knows how to do the job.
The president is scheduled to speak with congressional leaders and Democratic governors.
That's today. The president also plans an ABC News interview Friday and a solo news conference next week at the NATO summit. President Biden out fundraised his Republican rival last month. The Democrats' campaign raised $127 million, eclipsing the Trump $111 million number for June. But the former president raised $67 million more than President Biden's campaign in the last quarter. The former president's sentencing in New York's been delayed from next week till at least September.
Judge Merchan has a very serious problem on his hands. There were items introduced in evidence in the trial that he supervised that I believe are clearly covered by the Supreme Court's immunity decision.
So Trump attorney Will Scharf tells Fox the entire trial's corrupted. The former president was convicted of falsifying business records and payments he made while president, reimbursing his ex-lawyer for paying an alleged affair quiet before the 2016 election. Jamaica is bracing for Beryl, a Category 4 hurricane that'll hit today. The Caymans will feel it too.
Winds at 145 miles an hour. Some of those winds, at least tropical storm force winds, running up towards Haiti.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz, Beryl already did damage on some other Caribbean islands, blamed for at least 6 deaths. America's listening to Fox News.
If you had $1 million in 2009, today it will be worth less than $700,000. That's the effect of out-of-control government spending shrinking your hard-earned dollars, and it's why central banks and savvy investors are buying gold. For thousands of years, gold has withstood war, famine, and economic downturns. It's been a stalwart hedge against inflation and hyperinflation. And the company Buck Sexton trust to help you diversify into gold is Birch Gold Group. For 2 decades, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. And the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text PROTECT to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
Hey gang, it's your old friend Neil Bortz. You can catch me every Tuesday morning here on the Morning Extra. Now back to Tug, Rhino, and Carlos on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Spend his life living off the land.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. The day before the 4th of July, America going to be 248 tomorrow. And we still live in the greatest country on the face of the earth. My wife and I were sitting on the front porch last night. And that's what we discussed. Like, what in the world would you do if there wasn't an America? And for the majority of time on earth, there has not been an America. America is such an anomaly. This is what I was explaining, or at least saying last night. America is such an anomaly that the power was given to the people. Typically, it is a monarchy or a dictatorship or some sort of top-down design. America,
communism.
Yeah, America is so far a blink of an eye. And something that has never graced the face of the earth before.
If you want to have a good time over this holiday weekend, ask somebody about American exceptionalism, and that'll tell you everything you need to know about what they've been taught and what they bought into, because you had the Barack Obamas of the world who talked about, American exceptionalism. What exceptionalism about America? No, the exceptionalism is that we were founded in a way that had never occurred in modern history,
and hasn't again since.
Yeah, it's a representative republic.
You had the French had followed and everything else. I mean, we were the first.
They're still a socialist nation, the French.
But we were the very first. The Romans can basically bring up the idea of they had a Senate, and here was what they went ahead and created, and they created the Roman Empire. But when you talk about modern times, the idea that we were not going to be a monarchy and that we were going to be a government for the people, by the people, where all power was derived from the people, that was the exception to the rule. That is the basis of American exceptionalism.
Yeah, it's great because we don't fear our government, although today we should.
But that's why it's so important that this blink of an eye that's never really happened before.
Yes.
Is to be preserved. It is to be. It's to be.
Well, it has to be
appreciated, taken care of. That's exactly what I'm trying to. Correct. Biden moment.
But by the people, not by the government. So when we're talking about government jobs and we're talking about 70% of the jobs created are government jobs, that's a problem. We don't want those jobs created by the government, so we have to rely on the government. We want the ability, as representative of this country, to be able to create our own private industries, to create jobs in an economy that does work. So the lies of trickle-down economics not working is one exactly that, a lie. And that's why this government was founded, to not have a monarch, to not have to sit and listen to rules that are applied to us that we don't all need to live by. I know the Democrats don't understand that. I know the Democrats confuse the fact of the Supreme Court ruling and call Donald Trump a monarch now, which is absolutely just ridiculous.
Silly. You are in a scenario where the framers and the founders of this country recognize that man is frail, man is weak,
and corruptible,
and
power and money,
and they crave servitude. So the idea was let's create a government in which case you can always try and fix this. It's based on free will. That's a Judeo-Christian society. And so the idea is that as long as we always preserve and value our freedom, then we'll always have it. That's the crazy part about what has gone on, especially in the last 4 years, where there have been more than enough people that are willing to say, tell me what to do, tell me what I have to do, tell me how I have to live, and I will be more than willing to trade my freedom for that security.
And the other thing, going back to what you said, to ask people what they think about American exceptionalism, and that kind of tells you where they stand. Same thing with flying a flag out in front of your yard. If you're flying the American flag out in front of your house.
Yeah, mine's out there, been out there for a while.
Oh my gosh, I've never had a house that I didn't fly the American flag in front of. If that tells you who you're voting for, that's a sad thing.
It is.
But it does.
Sure.
Most of the time, if you look at the front porch or in the property that is near you and you see an American flag flying, you can almost guarantee who they're voting for. I feel like I don't have like some sort of data. Like I know Los is a numbers guy.
Yeah.
And there's probably data out there that somebody has researched this. I have not. I'm just telling you, anecdotally, for me, if I see an American flag, I can tell you almost 100% who they're voting for.
Well, you can typically go and take a look at, and this really started under Barack Obama, the amount of press conferences that never featured an American flag. When the Democrats would hold their convention and there was not an American flag on the stage. You know, little things like that. It's not supposed to be this telltale sign, but it became that for them.
It sure did. It really does. And when you start to see, I watched Gretchen Whitmer do her little press conference, or she called it a rally. It looked like a press conference because there was no one there.
6 reporters and that's it.
Yeah, and she was doing it for Biden, right? Biden, Harris, and my support for Joe Biden. And the one thing that I noticed is not one shot of this had an American flag in it. She stood up on a stage, no American flag. They panned the 16 to 20 people in the audience. None of them were like holding an American flag or anything. They were all holding Biden-Harris signs, but there's no love for this country in the Democrat Party as far as I'm concerned.
Certainly
I don't see it.
Appears that way.
Unless they need it. And when they need it, then they put up the American flags, like a State of the Union, where they want to make everybody or turn everybody against.
That's the chamber. Of course, it's going to have an American flag. Would they put it if it wasn't already there? Would they put it up? And I don't believe that they would. And that bothers me to the bone. If you can vote for anyone who just outright says, "I don't love this country" or "this country is bad," then they, in my opinion, do not deserve your vote. They don't, man. If you don't love the country, how can you represent the country?
If you have a Ukrainian flag up on your social media before you have an American flag, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
Well,
man.
because the precursor for all of this is, remember, no love of country. That is how these people rule on this particular side. Now, I will also point out, you got a lot of established Republicans that are very fortunate to be in the place.
For sure.
They have found themselves, they have found their way into power, and they are exactly the same way as the opposite side. No love of country.
They wrap themselves in the American flag, though, as a guise.
It's the shield.
It is.
We talk about the shield that you use. At times, people get in trouble and they wrap themselves in the Jesus shield.
Yeah.
Or the American flag shield. Mm-hmm. I was like, these things are not important to you until you need the protection that they afford.
And that is gag worthy to me.
Well,
either one.
That's politicians.
I know it is, and that's why I despise most every one of them. Even the ones that I like, I don't like, and even the ones I agree with, I'm not sure I like.
This chair sucks.
Well, oh man, you're still having a tough time.
It has a forward lean to it. I feel like I'm going to slip forward and fall. What happened to I had a comfortable chair.
We're going to switch. We're going to switch live on the show. We're going to switch right.
Yeah, I bet Kimmer took it.
Something's going to happen.
Kimmer has hemorrhoids, I think, so he was switching chairs.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
All right.
This
is horrible
great.
radio because we were physically.
Do you want me to sing while you guys are?
Oh, this is awful. Yeah, this is awful.
Isn't it awful?
It is. But I don't mind. It doesn't bother me.
This feels more like the chair I normally have.
What is this music?
That's our chair switching music.
Musical chairs. Is that really what the song is?
No.
No. I was like, there's a song, musical chairs.
The other one was sitting up, if you were missing it earlier. And, thank you, YouTube. Was sitting up like 5 inches higher.
Yeah.
And then this one that I just traded you has a forward lean to it. So no matter what you do, you're going to feel yourself sliding forward towards the microphone.
Sitting on a Navy ship, you were always moving, so it didn't matter what way the chair could have set perfectly, and that thing was still rocking and rolling.
Your arse is not going to like it.
No.
You can pretend like you're just like, hey, I'm Tug. I'm going to
use it the rest of the show.
Okay, yeah. You're going to be uncomfortable the rest of the show.
No, I'm not. I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
I love it. Here's the crazy thing. Anybody that looks at Vice President Harris, they see a woman who is incapable of communicating, right? I mean, that's it. She has difficulty communicating. If she were Mrs. Lippy teaching kindergarten, like in Billy Madison, it would be fine. Reading The Puppy Who Lost His Way, that would be fine. But she's not. She is the second most powerful person in the world and cannot communicate like regular humans at the adult stage of their life are able to. Yet, Rhino, there's a new poll that is showing her as the next big thing. That's the hope that they have for the future of the Democrat Party.
If Kamala Harris is the hope of the Democrat Party, I got a lot of good news for them. None. Because there is no hope with her. But here's what we're starting to see. And when they did the poll, they're trying to figure out what do we do at this point. So they threw Harris out there. Harris versus Biden. She's crushing Biden. I mean, crushing Biden in this new poll. Good for her. That's great. Then they show up against Trump. Now, is she beating Trump? Absolutely not. But does she pull closer? Yeah, 47% Trump, 45% Kamala Harris. Now, in this Fox News poll, the actual idea that Kamala Harris is going to be the next president probably doesn't scare a lot of people, so this poll is going to be where it is. And again, they're voting because right now, anybody but Joe, because they're afraid of his mental decline. So, yeah, she's going to gain those points early. But let's not forget that the Democrat Party did not want Kamala Harris as the president of the United States, and they made that abundantly clear in the primary when she ran against Biden the first time.
This is the desperation that you have on their side. And when we talk about the Game of Thrones moment, how they're trying to grasp at anything in the idea of holding on to power. Look at the betting markets. As of now, you do have Kamala Harris and Joe Biden that are equal. They each have a 16% chance of winning the presidency. The problem is Donald Trump has a 65% chance of winning the presidency. But yet the Democrats are holding on to the fact that, look, she's pulled even with Joe.
We have hope.
Hope.
Keep hope alive.
Yeah, look, there's no hope for the Democrats. Kamala Harris is not the answer for them, and they know that. No. Now, they may try to push her, and they have to at this point. Because I don't know what else they're going to do.
Well, they're going with Biden. Biden ain't going anywhere.
Right.
I promise you.
Exactly. Because the idea is she's never going to win, but we still could use her because, again, she will do everything we say. We have enough on Kamala Harris. We put her in this position. She'll do whatever we tell her, no matter how much she acts out like a child when it comes to her staff, and they all leave her. They don't even like her. We have the opportunity to make her look presidential, because if you look back what they've done with Kamala Harris, they stopped doing anything except for telling her to go out there and make up for Joe, because Joe wasn't able to go out there and do these rallies or do these fundraisers. They sent her there to talk about women's rights, to talk about issues that do not relate to the American people. You'll notice she's not talking about the economy when she goes to...
She can't.
No, she can't talk about the economy. She's not talking about inflation. She's not talking even about job creation, even though we know those are mostly government jobs. She's talking only about abortion, and she's talking only about a threat to democracy.
You know how I know you're wrong? Because you're unburdened by what can be. Everything you said,
yes.
You're unburdened by what can be.
You know what happened since last Thursday? The passage of time.
The passage of time. And the time passed.
How silly is it that we can talk about legitimate things, and the minute we bring up her catchphrases, everything goes out the window?
That's right, because it's also ridiculous.
Because that's what she spent 4 years talking about, unburdened by what can be and the passage of time.
And we've been to space. See, remember that time she talked about the elementary school kids?
Big.
And she was talking about going to space.
Girls, I've been in these streets.
Nuts. Y'all.
It's all pandering.
It is. It is, for sure.
And that's where, that's where she goes wrong more than ever. It's the fact that she sits here and pretends to be, or talk like the people she's trying. And it's so insulting. It's okay to talk. It's okay to just say, hey, I'm Kamala Harris. I look like you enough. Vote for me. But she doesn't do that. She goes, I hit the streets like you. That's not the way you talk. And it does. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. The way that she panders to a group of people that she knows that she has tricked before, they have tricked before, and they may vote for her.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh, God, does she? I mean,
your job as the vice president, you're
like a magician.
You're a community relations director, okay? You're supposed to push the company line. And the fact that she has such a hard time coming across as a normal human to other humans, okay, there's your problem at its heart. Kamala Harris cannot come across as a human to other humans.
Let me tell you why there were no wars started under President Trump, and there have been several started under Biden. Donald Trump is a badass and was a badass. He was Reagan-esque. I want you to hear what Wesley Hunt and Byron Donalds say is their favorite story about Donald Trump and why he's such a badass.
I'm gonna give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my number one favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
That's why there were no wars started when President Trump was president, and there has since. They knew not to mess with Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves this country enough to go, I will bomb your house, Taliban.
Yeah.
I will destroy everything that you know and hold holy.
That's how you use intelligence. That's how you use diplomacy to get into an area where you have to speak to your enemies, the people who threaten your people, the country, the United States of America, and the Americans that live there. You make sure you stand strong. Biden can't do that. Instead, Biden pays everybody off, including Iran, who's created more trouble than ever. There is, Donald Trump was right. There would be no problem in Israel and Gaza if Iran was cut off the way that Donald Trump tried to do that. Barack Obama's talked about diplomacy so many times, about sitting down with leaders that you don't want to sit down with and talking and showing strength. And that's what Donald Trump does. And now they don't like that.
The mistake that is often made is trying to take your values and push them on the rest of the world. Because we look at it as, if I'm nice to my neighbor, they'll be nice to me. Largely, that part of the world is tribal and does not work that way. And the only way to secure peace is through strength, is to basically tell everyone else out there, I got this big ass stick and I'm going to hit you with it if you act up.
Yeah.
Now,
walk softly, carry a big stick.
Now, you would never go to your neighbor's house and tell them, I need you to turn all the lights off in your house by 9:30 or else I'm going to come visit you with this big stick. But that's what happens in the rest of the world. And that's why when Donald Trump has that piece of audio and you see representatives talk about, this is what he told tribal leaders in Afghanistan, and this is why they didn't attack, and this is why they didn't pull anything.
They understood.
That's he's got a bigger stick.
That's the one thing that they understand.
The Iranians understand it. The Iraqis understand it. Everybody in that area of the world understands it.
Yeah, because they understand that those people who are hiding in Qatar and everywhere else, they don't care about the people who are dying that are putting on suicide vests. They care about themselves, their money, and their homes.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. When we come back, Biden is using good fundraising numbers to ease the nerves of his base. We'll discuss it on Extra 106.3. Doug Rhino and Los until 10. Then at 10, Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton at noon. Then 3 until 6, The Kimmer Show, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder on Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
You can't run Carmela's side piece, a shiftless and lazy vice president guy. She's the worst public official we've ever. She's the worst public official in the White House that I think this country's ever had. I mean, shiftless and lazy, a liar, a fake, a giggling goofball. I mean, she's like she's an 8th grade class president. She's all excited about it. Let's all get free stuff.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
All right, I'm prepared for tonight and tomorrow because I'm going to be launching fireworks everywhere. But I am not prepared when it comes to certain activities like making sure I have enough food. I don't ever think I have enough food to last throughout a big emergency, and that's why I always go to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Well, number one, I don't like getting things delivered to my house. I don't like when people know exactly where I am, or I don't like porch pirates that will come up and steal boxes of things that I will need. Essentials like freeze-dried food, water filtration, or firearm accessories, ammo. Those I don't really get shipped. Those I have to go pick up. So why not go to my one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies? And that's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. And one of the best parts about having a locally owned and operated company is they understand the community. They understand your environment, and they can guide you in the right direction. And that's why they've put together all these amazing workshops every weekend, including this weekend, where they have 2 great workshops. Number one, the Intro to Emergency Preparedness. If you're new to this and you want to make sure that your family's safe in case of an emergency, well, this weekend, coming up on the 6th, go over to True Prep, find out about their workshops, or go to their website right now and check out all their workshops, because after that workshop, they have the bug out bag. Maybe you just want to have a bag so that you can get out of town in case of an emergency. This is a great workshop to take so that you can go ahead and get all the essentials, put them in the bag, and get out of town when you need to. Go visit them in Marietta. They have an unbelievable showroom, tons of great stuff that you may need, even things for camping. Just the freeze-dried food already prepared for camping. It's a great way to carry a light pack with you if you hike. It is a great place overall. Go visit them. Like I said, they're locally owned and operated. True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or go visit them online. Look up on the workshops tab, see what you need, and go ahead and sign up right there at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
This year, treat yourself to an explosive 4th of July with Great Grizzly Fireworks. They're giving you a chance to win a $5,000 fireworks prize pack. Sign up and register to win at fireworks365.com/fan.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to enter. Winner will be selected on Friday, July 5th, 2024, and will be responsible for picking up their prize.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds throughout Metro Atlanta, including from our newest offices in Cherokee County and Clayton County. In most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Bronies, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
Democracy 24.
Former President Trump's proposal to exempt workers' tips from federal income taxes is hugely popular, our latest Fox News poll shows. And Trump seems to know it, bringing it up multiple times on the campaign trail since he first mentioned it earlier this month.
Tell your waiters and waitresses and anybody else getting tips, because there are a lot of people get tips.
Our poll shows 62% of voters approve of Trump's proposal, 32% disapprove. When our pollsters drop any reference to Trump from the question, even more voters, 68%, support the plan, while fewer disapprove of it. Seizing on the proposal's popularity, Republican senators introduced a bill to make the proposal law. While the bill is a long shot with Democrats in charge of the Senate, Republicans say it would bring much-needed relief to Americans struggling with inflation. In Washington, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. We're so glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 is the number. At Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Listening on the app or streaming at the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel. Extra1063.com, 1230 AM, 106.3 FM. So many ways to engage and listen to Extra 106.3 in the Morning Extra. Yesterday, we got off to a bumpy start because the connection was tough with Neil Boards. You're getting bonus boards today on Extra 106.3. Neil, what is up?
Or not.
Maybe not. Maybe we're having a bumpy day today, too.
No, here I am.
Bonus sports, it really is happening.
Damn. It's only 6:30 or so here, so it's the Central Time Zone that messed me up. But I'll be out of the Central Time Zone, back in the Eastern Time Zone by this time next week.
Well, good enough. Well,
don't give up too much. Would hate to have you geo-targeted.
That's right.
Oh, no, but I did not eat the mud bugs.
Oh, well,
I
that's...
won't.
Yeah, I know. You don't like the bottom dwellers.
No, I don't eat bottom feeders of any kind.
Yeah.
I mean, lobsters. Lobsters are cockroaches. Same family as the cockroach.
You know
that's why...
I got to tell you, man, I've had lobster a few times, and I think it's delicious. I don't care where it comes from. But I also eat sausage, too, and it rolls around its own poop.
Well, just be aware of what lobsters eat. And so that's all I have to say. They live on the bottom.
Okay.
So anyway, you were talking about Kamala. I saw a headline on Drudge that Obama is now turning on Joe. I looked for the story, couldn't find it. I wonder if you ace computer searchers have been able to uncover that one.
Yeah, the word has been that after the debate performance, it was already considered it was going to be tough for Joe Biden to get reelected. That after the debate performance, it's now become essentially Barack Obama and the media versus Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Hunter Biden, and the rest of the administration.
Well, here's what we're discovering lately, and I know I never surprise you people with something. Anything I bring up, you've already talked about. I know that. You're good. But it's the people are starting to realize now that the so-called mainstream media, which is well over 90% Democrat, they knew this about Joe Biden all the time. They knew it. They covered it up. They knew he didn't get up till 10 in the morning. They knew that after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he never had appointments because he ceased functioning at any reasonable level. They knew all this, but they hid it from the American people until it just exploded into everybody's face last Thursday night.
But you can't hide it from the American people, can they, Neil? I mean, we all knew this. It's not like there were people actually surprised at his debate performance, except for the fact that they didn't give him enough drugs. But I think people knew that Joe Biden was falling apart way before this.
The people you deal with knew. You're a talk show host. You're dealing with an audience out there that is much more informed about what's going on in this country. But we get good ratings. A lot of people listen. I mean, I was lucky to have 6-7 million people listening. But what were the most people listening to? Sports talk.
Yeah.
No offense to the fan, but you go into a bar, you go into a restaurant. What's on the TVs? Sports. You look at a newspaper. Hey, can I have the sports page? Sports, sports, sports. And these people that are glued to batting averages, ERAs, football drafts, all of this, they didn't know because they're not paying attention. It's bread and circuses. And more people are going to the circuses. And so those are the people who Thursday night and in the ensuing news coverage from Thursday night, all of a sudden realized, hey, there's a problem with the president. Up until that point, they could tell you the coach of every football team in their home state, but they could not tell you the names of the two senators. And that's the status with the vast majority of people in the state. I know who the football coach is. I know who their first draft pick is, but I can't tell you the name of my congressman. And now that's coming home to roost. People have been slapped in the face with the reality of senile, demented Joe Biden. And the media knew it, but they weren't going to present it to the American people because they didn't want to jeopardize chances of Joe Biden getting, and the Democrats getting another 4 years in office.
And Neil, I want to piggyback off of that because I often tell our audience, and you've told your audience this before, they are truly the 1%. They're the people that are paying attention. And so when you explain to people, when you see the polling that has changed so much in the span of just 1 week, it's because the large percentage of people in Pennsylvania, in New Hampshire, in Arizona, even in Georgia, they did not realize how bad the cognitive decline for Joe Biden was because, as you've said, they were so busy enjoying the circus and the bread and the sports game that they had no idea just how bad this president has been on a regular basis. And when the media tells them these things that you see are not real, a lot of times they were buying into it.
And that's by design. I mean, look at some of these interviews that usually or almost always conservative activists, broadcasters, what have you, will conduct on the streets. I see them walking on to a college campus and they put a microphone in the student's face and they say, name 3 countries. They can't. I mean, they stand there with this. How easy? Name 3 countries. Europe is a country, isn't it?
That'll be a comment. But Neil, can I give you some hope? Can I give you some positive news that may give
I'd rather have some weed.
Well,
I'm fresh out. I'm sorry.
See what we can do.
I got you. I mean, I know people.
Write that exact time down.
I got it. 7:33. I already got it. That's a promo forever.
That's exactly right. So
I have the card, so I'm good.
I love it, dude.
I'm moving to Florida.
God bless America.
I can't see. I got
my son. They came back from a soccer match down at Mercedes-Benz Stadium Thursday night. And they went to one of the boys' house. There was about 6 boys that went down to this show. They're all about 19, 20, in the age group because they're all freshmen in college. And they came home from the soccer match, and they went over to one of the kids' houses, and they watched the debate. They were engaged. They actually cared about what was happening. And my son told me yesterday, because he said they had robust debate because 2 of the kids are more liberal and the other 4 are very conservative, which is what the trend we see with young men in America at this point. But he said, Dad, it was so eye-opening for everybody watching the debate. And I said, how, son? How can it be eye-opening? You know what's going on. He was like, I know because you. None of the other guys know. They had no idea. They had only been told that Joe Biden was fine, and the social media said Joe Biden's fine, and the little bit of news that they catch said Joe Biden's fine. It was eye-opening for those young men.
Exactly. And that goes right back to the point, in that now people are realizing initially Joe Biden is a mess, and then they're starting now lately to say, Why didn't we know this? We didn't know this because the media wasn't reporting it. You never saw this on evening newscast. You maybe did a little bit on Fox, but the media was covering for Joe Biden because these people vote Democrat, eat Democrat, live Democrat, and they're always promoting the Democrat side for political offices everywhere. And now the media is having a reckoning. Why didn't you tell us that this was going on? Why didn't you tell us Joe Biden was in such bad shape? And it's an awakening that I'm loving. I think you may see talk radio audiences increase as part of this because, hey, where are we going to get this news? Yeah. You know, to go back to my sports thing, my last year on the air, 2013, 2012, I think it was 2012, the National Association of Broadcasters had they call it a radio show. It's their annual radio convention. It was held in Dallas, Texas. And every year they have an award for the number one radio talk show. And I've been nominated several times, never won. So people said, are you going to go this year? I said, no, look, I'm retiring and I'm not going to get that award. It's useless. It's horrible. And I don't want to spend the money to go. Well, they said, we'll pay your way. We'll fly you on a jet. You're going. You're going to win this year. No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. And they gave the award to a sports talk show.
Yeah.
So that's the lesson. And not only that, it was a sports TV show that was simulcast on the radio.
Wow.
So the president of the NBA said something to me. Yeah, well, it's just an honor to be nominated.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked at him and I said, hey, pal, radio's in trouble. You know it. I know it. Here we are at the Radio Awards show, and you give the award for the best radio talk show to a TV show. So there went my Lifetime Achievement Award down the toilet.
See you later.
That was it.
Right.
Well, I would, and that would bother me too. If you're simulcasting a TV show on radio, I'd be a little bit bothered as a radio man.
Yeah, well, it was sports. Once again, it all went to sports. You know, we have to, and even the National Association of Broadcasters, let's not encourage this right-wing, and in my case, libertarian, this right-wing radio stuff. Let's give this award to a sports show and kind of temper down the conversation there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I mean, sports does bring people together, and this is the one thing I love about sports, and I've always loved sports and worked in sports for so long, so I understand why they think sports is, a come-together kind of radio, but there are more important things, and there is good radio out there that's being done every single day, and even if it is conservative radio, of course you're going to be victimized by the federal government or anyone else who wants to. We've heard so many times about the FCC coming down on conservative radio other than any kind of liberal talk.
So it's absolutely. Well, okay, I have spoken. By the way, I was rejoicing this morning to learn that Fulton County has a good Superior Court judge that took that, was 19 years old at the time, thug that executed a man in the Lenox Square parking lot because he took his space, has now been sentenced to life plus 5 years with no chance of parole.
Yes.
So there he goes. Another urban cowboy that has a gun. Or you got to have a gun. I want to be respected, so I have a gun. And somebody gets in a pissing contest over a parking space at Lenox Square. And now from the age of 19 on, this guy is in jail, will die in jail. God knows what else will happen to him in jail until the day he goes tango uniform because the little idiot had to have a gun, and oh my God, I was disrespected because somebody took a parking space. And I still can't bring myself, and I loved that mall, but I can't bring myself to go back to Lenox Square. Tell me,
no reason to.
Well, is it safe there now?
No.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, it's not safe
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't take my family there.
And part of the reason is what I think needs to be done is we need to take this 19-year-old story and we need to go into the areas where 12-year-olds, 13. We had 2 13-year-olds and an 11-year-old die because of gunshot wounds in Southwest Atlanta because the culture is, hey, we got to be tough. We have to have guns. We got to be gangsters. That's the culture that is in some of these areas. So why not say, is this how you want to end up at 19? Because if you grab a gun at 13, chances are you're going to spend the rest of your days in jail. Here's an example of it, but we don't do that. Instead, we blame the police. Instead, we blame people like myself who have guns, who have never, ever turned them on someone else or even brandished them at anyone else. When are we going to go into the communities?
We scream racism. None of this has to do with skin color.
Zero.
You're so right. It all has to do with culture. I have guns and for self-defense, and one because it's just an oddity that I love. It's an Israeli-made 44 Magnum Desert Eagle.
Very nice.
and all of the fittings on it, the trigger guard, are gold.
That's cool, man. Like actual gold or just plated gold?
No. The hammer is plated because gold couldn't stand up to that pressure.
Right.
Gosh. But I hope you have an Atlanta safe house safe for that.
Yeah. And Kimmer has one. Every time he shoots it, he falls down.
It's like a cartoon.
Shoots through the back wall here.
It's like Tackleberry on Police Academy.
It's not a weapon you can carry.
It would be fun, too, though. Just put it in the front of your pants and walk down the street with it there in Naples. They'd be like, look at this crazy old man in his sandals with some weed and a Desert Eagle in his pants.
I'm so anal about gun safety that I can be looking at a gun, I can be cleaning it, and I'll reassemble it, and I will know that it's empty.
Yeah.
And if somebody walks up and said, "Can I see that?" I will check before I give it to him to see if there's a bullet in it.
Absolutely. That's what you're supposed to do.
I know there is no chance in hell there could be a cartridge in that weapon, but I'll still check it. If I set it down and turn around and turn back, I'll check it. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I got my training alongside Byron Donald.
Oh,
really?
Nice.
That's cool, man. Did you hear the story he told he and Wesley Hunt about Donald Trump?
I love it.
Dude, that is the coolest. I will kill you if you harm an hair on American.
I love it. And he hands him that picture and walks out of the room. and that raghead said, "Oh my God, we gotta lay." That's just such a wonderful story.
Neil, who do you think? Vice presidential candidates. We got it coming up. Who do you think that Trump's going to pick?
Gosh, I would like it to see Burgum, but
me too.
I like that. I like that guy. He's not pretty, but then so am I.
Great. He's got great eyebrows, though.
Oh yeah, he comb him down over his eyes to take a nap.
All right. Neil Barnes, Talkmaster. Happy 4th of July, Neil. Thank you. God bless America.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. God, he's on fire today.
Yeah, he was.
he got up at the right time and just started shooting like Yosemite Sam. I love it.
Threw in right out. I need weed and some other fun words that we might not.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will take offense to.
4 promos out of there.
When we come back, the crazies are getting more vocal just about harming Donald Trump and doing all the crazy things that crazy people do. We'll talk about it next as we wrap up the 7 o'clock hour on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Who can use force to deprive you of your life, your property, or your liberty? The government. That's a pretty large hammer to be hanging over your head, but there's a safety valve, jury duty. Because in America, the government cannot deprive you of life, liberty, or property unless a jury of your peers agrees.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Get ready. Diamonds Direct will forever change the way you shop for jewelry. With over 80 years experience in direct sourcing, Diamonds Direct is finally opening in Atlanta. Customers across the Southeast know Diamonds Direct for their unbeatable selection and prices, but return again and again because of their unparalleled customer experience. The experts at Diamonds Direct are your advocate in the dizzying world of diamonds, ensuring you are nothing shy of confident in your purchase. How do they do it? With the best selection, the best quality, and the best price. In fact, Diamonds Direct guarantees they won't just meet any local price, they'll beat it. So if you can dream it, Diamonds Direct can deliver it. Build your own engagement ring, tap into their custom design studio, or choose from hundreds of ready-to-wear styles. No other jeweler can maximize your budget like Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct, coming soon to Buckhead and ready to amaze Atlanta with the best selection, the best quality, the best price, and the best people guaranteed.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, July 3rd. Cobb County Police are investigating after a child was left in a car on Wanda Circle in Marietta for what they say is an extended period of time. Police arrived at 6:30 last night to find the child in the car. Police and medics evaluated the child before rushing them to the hospital where they were pronounced dead. Investigators were seen talking to two people inside the home. More information is expected today. Two former City of Calhoun School District employees are accused of having sex with students. According to the indictment filed, Riley Greason and Brooklyn Schuler are charged with sexual contact by an employee or agent in the first degree. Greason allegedly had sex with two male students, and Schuler had sex with one male student between October 2021 and January 2022. The ages of the students were not disclosed. And in sports, Austin Riley and Sean Murphy hit back-to-back homers in the second inning, but former Brave Jorge Soler went back-to-back with Lamonte Wade Jr. in the fifth inning off Reynaldo Lopez as the San Francisco Giants took game one of the three-game set with the Braves 5-3 last night. The Braves will look to bounce back this evening when they take on the Giants in a 7:20 start. Chris Sale will bring his 10-3 record to the mound for the Braves tonight.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Xtra at Extra 1063. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. There's a thing that's happening in the Democrat Party, and Joe Biden is pointing to all the money that he's raising and saying, see, people still believe in me. People still trust me. People still want me. And it turns out, Rhino, that I'm not sure that's true, but it appears to be a pretty good little shield.
Oh, it is one of the best shields that you could possibly have. And this is the game that they're going to continue to play. They love playing these games. But look, I lost my space. Go.
Well, his only claim that he really has is that look at the amount of money that I'm able to raise. Now, what they're not talking about is the accelerated rate by which you have Donald Trump raising money, and the fact that you now have Democratic donors that at one point had Biden so far ahead have now been drawing up $127 million in a campaign where you need $1 billion is not that much money.
Well, here's the other thing. Some of those donors that you're talking about, Los, the big name donors, the big money donors, according to Reuters, is asking for their donations back.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a lot of, and I'm glad I found my space now, because you're getting media members like Joy Reid, you're getting celebrities. We're talking about, what's the big fat girl woman's name? Rosie O'Donnell.
Which one?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to figure out which one.
I mean, I thought it was Zempic.
These wealthy donors they're donating money to Biden, but they're asking little people to come donate. These are rich white people who are donating to the oldest white man, but it's mostly people who need the money put back into their pockets. These are people, the donors, when you start to look at the list of donors, boy, it's funny who they're involved with. I don't know, Pfizer. Who else are they involved with? Boeing. Well, Nikki Haley's there as well, so that's kind of funny.
Well, but no surprise there. Establishment Protect.
Yeah.
Well,
but I'm saying the board member.
But but the fact that those establishment Republicans have those relationships is not terribly surprising.
Right, and she still gets stock from Boeing and has plenty of money that gets funneled back to her as well. So, but these are who these donors are. These are the people who continue to get feed kickbacks from anything that we're doing. Ukrainian war, that's a big kickback scheme. These are the donors. They're trying to keep him in power by throwing money at him, but what a waste of money it is for them at this point.
Marty is on the line, and Marty at 404-741-1230
Hello, Marty.
has an interesting question. Go ahead, Marty.
Hey, good morning, guys, and happy early Independence Day.
Thanks, sir.
I got a tough question for you guys, and maybe for the audience. Given that he's a duly representative and leader of our country, would you take a bullet for the president?
For this one?
Wow. That's yeah.
For my family, I'm not taking a bullet for much of anybody else.
Nobody else. I mean, look, if I'm in the military and that is my instruction, if that is my duty station, then yes, it wouldn't matter which president it is. But as it stands right now, I'm not taking a bullet for Biden. I'm not taking a bullet for Trump. I'm not taking a bullet for Obama. I'm not taking a bullet for Bush. I'm not taking a bullet for any of them fools.
No, I don't think that's no way. Again, unless it was my job. And when we talk about bullets, I mean, are we talking about would I go to war for this man? I don't know. I don't think I'd want to. I understand why a lot of military personnel and veterans alike are saying I would never, ever be in the military the way it's being run now. So I get that kind of comparison. Maybe it's a metaphorical take the bullet. But no, I don't think anybody would actually take a bullet for Joe Biden unless it was your job at this point.
Well, if you just talk about the current standing of this country, would I ever serve it? Well, not in military service, and I wouldn't ever have one of my kids do it. Now, if things change down the road and we get to a place
back to a place of sanity, maybe?
Yeah, at that point, you have to explain to your kids, well, there are certain things that are worth fighting for. You have to have eternal vigilance in order to maintain freedom.
That's right. And you have to be brave enough to do it.
But as it stands now, the best I can do is tell you, here, take care of local, get involved with your school boards.
That's the most important thing.
The problem that people often have is that they want somebody else to always fix things for them. It's like you got to fix it for yourself, and you got to start locally. And so, yeah, when you talk about taking a bullet for something, it's only because we've built it to the point where I took care of everything beforehand, and now it's worth it.
Yeah, there has to be a lot that changes because I wouldn't discourage anybody from following their dream if their passion is to defend the United States of America. I wouldn't discourage anybody from going into the military because I know plenty of kids that have. One of my son's dearest friends is at the Air Force Academy right now. But if you come to me and ask for a recommendation, would you recommend I do that?
Mm-hmm.
I would say no at this very moment. And this is a guy that loves this country like nobody else in this world. I serve this country, and I love the United States Navy. And I've had so many of my friends who are retiring and getting out now saying, this is not the Navy you fell in love with. It is going the wrong direction.
Now, the funny part is, if Trump becomes president in 2025, it might be a different story for you.
It's going to take a while.
For me, but it would still.
It's going to take some time.
We need to root out a man in a dress and a guy in a dog mask, and we need to get back to reality because the make-a-believe world of this military right now is very dangerous. And you're not the only veteran. I mean, I talk to a lot of veterans every single day, including girlfriend Erin, who's a veteran.
Yeah,
our friend Brendan, who's a veteran.
Jesse Kelly.
Jesse
Kelly. Can hear on this show. He tweets about it.
And is there anybody, who does more for veterans than Jesse Kelly when he does his Medal of Honor days and continually promotes how many great veterans we have in this country? No, I think a lot of people are afraid to not only take a bullet for Joe Biden or anyone, but especially when it comes to being in the military now.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3, 404-741-1230. If you feel differently, if you've got a differing opinion than us on military service at this point, as we walk up to the 4th of July, the founding of the country, where all the founding fathers served and finished in ruin because they believed in the cause of freedom that is America. 404-741-1230. When we continue, one prominent Democrat said Biden's debate performance was like seeing something that you can't unsee, like your grandma naked. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Okay, so Biden hasn't pulled out of the race yet, so setting politics aside, a few other things that I like to play with. Scams, email scams, message scams, phone scams. Start with the phones. You and I know fully well that the phone companies could stop these damn scamming phone calls, where some guy from Nigeria tells you his name is Mike and he's calling from New Jersey. And he's got important information about your Medicare or something. And these phone numbers from these scammers are spoofed, so they come from your area code. For some odd reason, you can always tell it's a scam phone call because before they start talking, you hear this bloop. Usually I say, "Are you a Yahoo boy?" Yahoo Boys. That's the name of the semi-organized gang of scammers in Nigeria. That's what they call themselves. Sometimes when you say, "Are you a Yahoo boy?" immediately they hang up. Most of the times I don't answer if they're not in my contact list. But sometimes I just have to play around. I say, are you out of jail already? Another thing you can do is just keep repeating, "You don't say, you don't say, you don't say." Finally, they hang up. You hang up. Your wife says, "Who was that?" And you say, "Well, they didn't say." Then there's the email scams. "Your UPS package can't be delivered. We need you to update your payment information. Here's your latest payments for Bitcoins." And the newest favorite, "All of your photos and videos are going to be deleted today if you don't click here and update your cloud information." Deleted today. I've been getting that email scam for about a week now. Bottom line, Americans aren't well enough educated in our government schools to understand what is going on here, so they get ripped off day after day after day. The phone companies and internet providers seem somehow complicit. Tired of it. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Xtra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Xtra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
This should be the ball game. Let's put Donald Trump in the picture instead of Joe Biden. If Donald Trump in the last 2 weeks had been led around by the hand, had been turned around by the Italian prime minister, had been unable to get into a limo truck, if all the things that have happened to him, falling asleep and forgetting the names of, all those things we've been playing for the last 2 or 3, just in the last little period of time, and plus the business about being told he's too old and doesn't have a memory, so you can't charge him with a crime, all this stuff. If that had all been Donald Trump, I guarantee you the Jim Acostas and the Sam Donaldsons would have been on him like crap on a pig. He is not fit for office.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
More Democrats are worried about 2024. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Congressman Jared Golden wrote an op-ed in a paper in his state of Maine that Donald Trump is going to win, and I'm okay with that. Adding President Biden's bad debate performance was not a surprise. As Reuters reports, several of his colleagues may join the call for the president to drop out of the race.
It says, quote, there are 25 Democratic members of the House of Representatives preparing to call for Biden to step aside if he seems shaky in the coming days, according to one House Democratic aide. Congressman Lloyd Doggett from Texas became the first House Democrat to call on Biden not to run.
That's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Now, the president keeps trying to change their minds. He'll meet today with top congressional Democrats and some Democratic governors, and the president plans a TV interview Friday and a solo news conference next week at the NATO summit in Washington. Former President Trump got a boost from the Supreme Court immunity ruling. His sentencing next week for the New York convictions delayed.
While it's not clear how the Supreme Court's decision will affect Trump's 34 convictions on falsifying business records, Judge Merchan issued this letter stating that he'll make a decision September 6th, and the next court date will be September 18th for, quote, the imposition of sentence if such is still necessary.
Fox's Chanley Painter. Russia and China's leaders are talking today at a summit in Kazakhstan, and Taiwan tension might be a topic with a new confrontation with the island that China considers its territory.
Chinese officials have boarded and seized a Taiwanese fishing boat, the latest incident at the time of high tension. Taiwan's Coast Guard says the boat was in Chinese waters near a Taiwan-controlled island. We're told 3 Taiwanese vessels were sent to help, but they were warned off by the Chinese.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Hurricane Beryl keeps moving toward Jamaica. Category 4 storm already blamed for at least 6 deaths and a lot of damage on other Caribbean islands. America's listening to Fox News.
If you had $1 million in 2009, today it will be worth less than $700,000. That's the effect of out-of-control government spending shrinking your hard-earned dollars, and it's why central banks and savvy investors are buying gold. For thousands of years, gold has withstood war, famine, and economic downturns. It's been a stalwart hedge against inflation and hyperinflation. And the company Buck Sexton trust to help you diversify into gold is Birch Gold Group. For 2 decades, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. And the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text PROTECT to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra the day before the 4th of July, otherwise known as July 3rd. But the day before the 4th of July, so, I mean, we're getting ready to celebrate a big birthday.
Yeah.
Hashtag America.
America.
America. I love America.
I like when Carlos says it.
You notice that we've turned off the AC in the building?
Like right now?
Yeah.
I do notice that it's not freezing cold because I always bring my
chilly.
jacket in here or a sweatshirt or something.
I think you're wearing a sweatshirt.
Why do you think that's happened right now?
Why do you think?
Well, it's a holiday. Everybody's out
except us.
Yeah. Is it warm out there?
It's comfortable out there to me. I'm comfortable. So
it gets so hot though. Like as soon as that sun starts getting up, like we've worked the weekends here before. Like there have been even in the fall, like the beginning of football season or even August.
Yeah.
On the weekends, Carlos and I come in to do an NFL show over at 680. It's
no
720 degrees in here.
They won't turn it on during the weekend.
When I get here in the morning, as I'm walking in, usually is the first time the ACs come on for the day. You know what I mean? So I'll hear it.
You can hear it kick.
And I don't know, now that you've pointed out, I don't remember hearing it this morning. You know, you have that routine and you notice.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because, there's same
somebody should probably call OSHA. I mean, this is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I think it's super comfortable. So I love it.
Well, of course you are company man.
Oh, no, it has nothing to do with that. It's thin blood. It's like I bring a jacket, I bring a sweatshirt, I bring something to stay warm with every day. But I have
Company man's comfortable no matter what, Rhino.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 85 in the building, but I feel great because I like heat.
Yeah, I got
Which I do.
Yeah, I got this brand new corporate shirt that's breathable.
No, it's because I'm always cold. Me and my wife argue over the temperature at home because I want it to be about 75 in the house.
It's 55 in here. Company man's like, oh, I love it in here.
No, I hate it when the AC's on.
Comfortable.
I hate it when the AC's on. That's the reason I have a jacket over my freaking chair.
It's like painting you as company man. That just feels fun. It's your life. You're like, really?
Me.
Come on.
You know me. No, it's the truth, though, man. I tell people all the time, I should have been born on the equator. I should not have been born in Northwest Georgia. I should have been born on the equator. I love the heat. I love the humidity.
Yeah.
As hot as it can possibly be, that's when I'm the most comfortable.
I get that, but if you were born on the equator, you'd just walk across the border and come back here anyway.
Well, it does seem to be a trend of people doing that. Yeah. I'll admit to you.
Free money.
That is the case. There are lots of people doing that.
I got a plane ride anywhere I want to go at any time. I don't like New York anymore. Can I get a flight to California? Absolutely.
That's exactly right. Have you ever wished like a dead celebrity could read things for you? Because I've never even considered it.
Yeah, it's one of my top dreams, Doug.
Yeah, yes.
I just wonder, when's Gandhi going to sing me a song?
What about
for my
Burt
birthday?
Reynolds? What about James Dean?
Wait, Burt Reynolds is dead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I forgot he died.
Yeah, last year.
There's a new AI company, and they must have taken the idea, or maybe they were on it before. Remember we talked about Al Michaels giving you updates, the AI Al Michaels? This is a new feature where you can have somebody that you like, a celebrity that you like, read things to you.
11 Labs is proud to introduce the iconic Voice Collection. Choose from our exclusive selection of famous AI voices, including the illustrious Judy Garland. Able to read your favorite stories, publications, and uploads in the most authentic way possible, including The Wizard of Oz.
At that moment, Dorothy saw lying on the table the silver shoes that had belonged to the Witch of the East.
So download the 11 Labs Reader app today. Your favorite stories with your favorite iconic voices.
I wouldn't pay for it, but I mean, I think it's kind of cool.
It's kind of cool.
But at the same time, I don't know that I would pay for it because I'm sure this is a pay service.
Yeah, I mean, look, 11 Labs, I think we played with that. I think, Carlos, is that the one you still use or you switch over?
I've used about 3 different ones now, but that's one of them I have messed with, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good one. I enjoy it. It's a fun AI one to play around with. I actually have the draft guide read by Carlos. I've done that for myself.
Well, how much did that cost you?
I go to sleep. It was $11.99, actually.
Okay.
So
Well, most of them, what they'll allow is a certain amount of word usage over a month. And if you were to do more than the monthly amount, then you have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're somebody who's routinely getting stuff read or putting a lot of work into it, then you'll pay the monthly fee. And so there's a reason why you get our fake Kimmer and our fake Borts like once every couple months. Because I got to save up some words, man.
Word economy. I love it. I don't know, man. I mean, I know this is kind of just the tip of the iceberg, and people are just exploring things to do with AI. And this is the first way to get people's attention, right? People that you know and people that you like and that sort of thing. But where does it go from here? And that's the thing that I don't understand about AI, and I'm a little bit concerned about AI because I don't know where this is going. Board Up Joe.
This should be illegal, completely and utterly.
Why?
Dead people cannot consent to having their voices said to do anything.
But their estate can.
And I'm sure they're still...
And
collect
that's
money.
the issue.
And then they collect money.
So what?
Yeah, so
it's their estate.
How is that an issue?
How's that an issue?
If this continues, we won't have any new people. Any new
people. We'll never have new people because we have old people speaking?
We won't have any new celebrities. It will all be reconstructed.
Huck to a girl just signed a freaking license.
I mean,
that's my point. There's always going to be new celebrities.
That's momentary.
No, it is. But my point is, she's a celebrity. All of a sudden, there's plenty of dead celebrities, and she is a celebrity now. Social media will create celebrities.
Let me bring up this example. Okay, they are James Dean's estate is allowing him to be made and put into movies.
Okay,
his likeness. And it will be credited as James Dean.
I understand how that works.
So in the future, you could have just a bunch of dead celebrities profiting and their families profiting off of that instead of actual artists and people that want to
you know what? I'm happy. You know what? I'm good with that. If that destroys Hollywood and tears it down, by all means, I'd rather see James Dean and Marilyn Monroe on screen than some of these idiots that I see every single day anyway. But there's always great comedians. There's always great people that come up. And no matter if you have James Dean, he's not doing Beverly Hills Cop 4. Okay, an AI version, yes, I understand the danger of it, especially being in radio. We're not going to be as affected as much as, Tug would be on country radio or somebody else doing music radio. But there'll always be a nostalgic way to go back and visit James Dean doing a movie, but yet still having new artists come up and do new creative movies.
So you're going to get a new Beverly Hills Cop, Beverly Hills Cop Axel. What's going to happen in the very near future is you will have 1985 Eddie Murphy doing Beverly Hills Cop, and you won't be able to tell the difference.
No, that's right.
And I'm okay with that.
But I don't see the harm because there's always going to be new ideas. There's always going to be new actors. There's always just because there is an AI James Dean or an AI Eddie Murphy don't mean that will take every role in every movie.
We are going to be very shortly in a position where when it comes to, let's say, for instance, our art directors at radio stations or any other companies, they better learn how to use AI pretty quick to turn stuff around, because you are able to graphically create so many things so much quicker and so much easier that the graphic artist is going the way of the dodo.
No, of course, because it'll do
there's
it for
a
you.
lot of these little things that we normally went, well, that person, that requires a creative person. AI is just as creative as you.
No,
and faster.
even more.
You need to adjust to it. I mean, that's going to be the problem. There was a time that I really wanted to get into web design, and I still write code. I still do everything. It's obsolete now. That's not a job that you really need, because if I ran a company right now, I'd ask AI to build everything for me. Now, do I have a background in it? So, yeah, I can say, hey, I want an HTML template on this. I want a JavaScript on this. I want a PHP MySQL on this. But that knowledge, I don't have to actually type code anymore. It does it all for me. So there are industries that are going to be affected more than Hollywood. And I think that is a dangerous thing. But at the same time, Carlos is right. You learn to adjust to it now. If you're an artist, you learn to say, hey, this makes my job easier. I'll take this. You still need the creative mind of someone, though.
But there's always going to be new ideas, new movies, new TV shows.
I'm more scared
new
about them killing us.
Yeah, me too.
The robots killing us and shutting down
like a dog.
our infrastructure. Yeah.
Which was it? I don't know if you read about it. I didn't get a chance to read it all, but the Russians hacked into like the major automotive network, like car dealerships, whatever network that they use. And I'm not well educated enough to know what kind of networks they use, but car dealerships across America have been hacked by the Russians. They're coming after everything.
Yeah.
And if we are not ready for this type of thing, and we're not, I mean, we've already been told that our water supply, 75% of it's vulnerable. If they can get to the car dealerships in a private network, can you imagine what they can do in a unsecure public network?
I'm looking forward to the day that we actually have to turn around and start blowing up machines. Because that's the way it seems to be coming. Because you're right. This does have a dangerous capability of saying, hey, you know what? We have an entire union that can't get these cars built, can't get these robot dogs with flamethrowers built quick enough, and AI is going to take over the entire manufacturing facility. They will create the robots. They will have everything so that we don't even need people in unions anymore. Because when it takes, hey, it takes us 15 days to make one car. It takes a computer one day. That's going to be a lot different for the manufacturing facilities around the world. They will replace workers as soon as they possibly can. So keep fighting, but the more you raise it, the more these corporations are going to look for a way to lower their cost. Robots will do that.
You better be like a Marine, adapt and overcome. That's what it's going to take. James Carville describes Joe Biden's performance last Thursday night on CNN as something he can't unsee. Quote, it's like seeing your grandma naked. And he's exactly right. Dude, no one, it doesn't matter if you like Joe Biden, if you're a Joe Biden voter, or you think he's the worst president of all time. What happened on Thursday night has now permeated the 51 million people that watched it and anybody that touches social media, because you can't escape it. It is everywhere.
Is there a bigger destructive force since Watergate?
No.
Where you just destroy your ability to hold office.
Yeah. Not at all. This makes Watergate look like just a footnote. It's not even.
And it spread like wildfire so quick
because they had the ability to.
Because of the nature of how information goes. By the time that we were all 10 minutes into that debate, you and me and the rest of this audience will all recognize this is so bad.
That's the funny part. I've watched poor debate performances. That's what they're calling this on the left. They're saying one bad night, one debate performance. But I've never seen one bad debate performance, maybe besides Howard Dean. Or that's more of a speaking engagement. That wasn't even a debate. I've never seen a debate, one bad debate performance, just derail your entire chances to win the presidency, though. This is catastrophic.
I just know when Joe Biden did what he did, everybody had that piercing through their heart. Again, whether you like him or not, it doesn't matter. You knew at that point that he's not capable of finishing the term that he's in, much less running for office again. And yet, he's going to do both. I promise you, he is going to do both.
I mean, the only thing I could think of is Bush the Elder with his read my lips, no new taxes. But that took time because then taxation occurred, and that basically set him up to be a one-term president. Nothing that I can think of since Watergate was an overnight, oh my God, you're not going to be president.
Yeah.
Or you shouldn't
Nothing
be,
like
because
that.
I think he is. I think
overnight.
He is
overnight.
It wasn't even overnight.
It was that
people
night.
stayed up late that night to watch CNN's reaction.
Live
to watch
as it happened.
This is where I have a big problem with Democrats. That's why I don't believe Neil Bortz. James Carville saw this. He saw this 6 months ago. He saw this a year ago. The New York Times, all of them. Everybody saw this. Everybody's been talking about it. We brought it up 2 years ago. That means everybody's known that this is the way that Joe Biden is. They didn't care that their voters are so dumb they fell for it. That's what the Democrats depend on, the useful idiot, and they're full of them. The fact of the matter is everybody knew Joe Biden. They're more upset that they got busted. And they look like idiots now because they thought, well, maybe we could just make this work right up till November.
See, this is where you get into issues because to paint the ball as dumb is just not accurate. What happens is these people are typically living their lives, doing their thing, and they sit and they wait on a corporate compliant media to tell them what to think. And the media told them for the better part of 4 years, everything's fine. When we would have our videos or our audio, what they call them? Cheap fakes.
Sure.
Because remember, they couldn't even go to the idea that they're deep fakes. We have to recreate an entirely different term.
A new word.
And so now, as I show these things to a liberal Democrat voter like my wife, and she's going, oh, like it seriously hit her in a way because we're so inundated with it on a daily basis. Most people don't pay attention like we do.
I explained that to Neil Bortz
at all.
With my own son and his buddies watching the debate for the first time, and he talked about how eye-opening it was for all of them because they don't keep up as much.
Do not pay attention
again
at all.
Like your wife is different. I don't think she would be a useful idiot or dumb because you know what? She doesn't go out there the next day on Twitter and go, "Hey, he's fine. He's great. He's not a Chip. He's not an Aunt Peggy. He's not any of those idiots, those useful idiots that sit there and say, "No, you're not seeing what you see."
No, they're all useful idiots. Because a useful idiot it basically gives them their power.
Right.
It has nothing to do with intelligence.
Right. It's voting.
It's strictly that they go along with the programming. Yeah. And for a lot of them, they absolutely did because they didn't, at no point did they ever ask a question, wait a minute, does this person really unable to function with the exception from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the day? Like the idea that we knew that schedule for that long and they had no idea that he was only cognitively dependent is how they call it for 6 hours a day.
But again, these aren't real cheap fakes. They're not deep fakes. These videos were out there left and right. Even the mainstream media had these videos out there. That's where we found them, was mainstream media. So, yeah, I think they're dumb. I think, now, again, I don't think your wife's dumb because she doesn't fall into this trap, but the people that reiterate that, hey, it's fine, I know they saw the videos. The ones that stay engaged in this and continue to get on Twitter and Facebook and write these people to me are extremely dumb. Now, educated maybe, but dumb as can be when it comes to common sense.
Again, dumb is reductive. They have found a way to ensure themselves power. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why when you look at, like, for instance, who runs the Senate? You think it was just a bunch of dumb people that made it happen? No, they knew how to play the game. Who's got the presidency? They were smart enough to know how to go ahead and play the game in 2020 to beat us.
The political leaders are fine. It's the dumb ones that continue to run their mouths that, hey, no, he's fine.
What did Mark Twain say? It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled.
Yes.
Oh, they've done a great job.
And that is my Aunt Peg to a T.
Yeah,
stubborn from that point on.
Stubborn is the best word you could have used.
I had a really interesting discussion last night on Twitter where I kept asking somebody who's a very hardcore liberal, please tell me the charges that the January 6 people were put in prison with. And it kept going back to, what about treason? What about insurrection? I was like, you were not charged with that.
That's right. There is none.
But the programming for this person who, albeit when it comes to not politics, is actually a pretty intelligent person. It's just when they get into this realm, they are the useful idiot.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to be informed.
Right, and they believe in their soul that they're right.
They do not want to be informed.
That's exactly
the amount of times where I have parents come up to me when, it's always like it's a down moment at a tournament, and they'll be like, hey, explain to me what just went on with, and it'll always be typically a case with with the Supreme Court. It's because the regular person who is working their tail off for their family doesn't have time to, for the most part, be as educated in this as we are.
But they want to be informed if they're coming to you, right? The ones that don't, why don't you want to be informed? That's the scary part to me. Why do you want to believe? Why don't you want to do your own research? To me, that's dumb. I want you to fact check me every single day. I want you to go look. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to admit it. If I'm right, I'm going to admit that as well, and I'm going to let you know, hey, this is what I found. This is why it's right. I don't understand why people don't research into something so important.
People have based their entire life around what they believe. I mean, everything that is them flows through their political beliefs. And so for anything to shake that foundation would make them have to question everything.
Yeah, you know what? They want to stay out of that. They don't want to do the research because, I think deep down inside, they don't want to be wrong, or they don't want to have to be stubborn and say, hell no, I'm still going down that path.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we come back. The first Democrat congressman has now called for Biden to move aside. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. The app, best way to listen, get that free for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta. And you can listen live or on demand at your convenience.
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on The Kimmer Show every Thursday at 5 p.m.
And you think about what's going on today with the military in America and these days in the war, and it's just...
And then you see the leader of the free world bend over and drop a grumpy in his pants right there on the stage.
My God, the Babylon Bee said, well, President Biden just dropped the first bomb on Normandy in 80 years. Normandy.
Atlanta's biggest conservative voices are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Shooting drills. A coach who knows the game can teach their team how to improve, but one who genuinely cares about each player
you have what it takes. We got this.
Can inspire them to win. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Bronies, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
It's July 3rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Fried Clams Day. Generally associated with New England cuisine, fried clams can be found anywhere from seaside shacks to waterfront and roadside restaurants. The first fried clams were introduced in the Massachusetts town of Essex in 1916 when Lawrence Henry Chubby Woodman and his wife Bessie fried up the first batch of clams. More than 100 years later, the family restaurant in Essex continues to serve that delicious treat. Also on this date in 1930, President Herbert Hoover signed a bill which created the Veterans Administration. Hoover would then go on to name Brigadier General Frank T. Hines as the VA's first administrator. In 1966, Tony Cloninger of the Atlanta Braves became the first National League player and first pitcher to hit 2 grand slams in a game as the Braves took on the San Francisco Giants. Cloninger would finish the day with 3 hits, driving in 9 runs as the Braves beat the Giants 17-3. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3. Worldwide on the Xtra app.
Almost heaven.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. Today is a very special day. We are one day away from America's birthday.
It's hump day.
It's what now? It's hump day. Well, it's actually Friday. It's Friday for the majority of people.
So you can really see the weekend from here.
You can. That's right, because the weekend is upon us. It's the extended weekend, right?
It's an hour and a half away.
But there's one more thing about this day, July 3rd, that is so special that maybe you didn't realize, and I didn't either until this morning. But it fits.
It was a no AC day?
No AC day.
That's right.
I'm sorry. I'm just pointing out some
Tug and the rest of the corporate suits decided to turn it off for the weekend to save some money.
No air for you.
It's only 95 outside.
That's right.
Yeah.
This day is also National Redneck Day.
The United States of America, most powerful country on this planet. And it's not because we have more money or we're better looking. No. It's because we have something in this country they don't have in other countries. That's right. I'm talking about rednecks.
Yeah.
Good old boys with an arsenal in their basement that have been waiting for just such an occasion since 1775. Oh, believe me, foreign troops land in the South, there'll be a line of pickup trucks and NASCARs heading down I-95. Marines will show up 3 hours later, nothing but beer cans and shotgun shells. What the hell happened here? War's over, baby!
War is over because the rednecks have taken care of it. God bless rednecks.
It is the reason why we could never be invaded by a foreign invader.
That's exactly. His point is actually
America's
correct.
armed to the teeth.
Dude, I think individual Americans, and I read this, I don't know, it's been a while back, so I may have the facts a little skewed, but bear with me. Basically, the people who practice their Second Amendment rights are the second largest army. If they were to gather together with all of their weaponry, they're the second largest army in the world.
Oh, why do you think the Democrats try to divide everybody?
That's exactly right.
Because they don't want that army. They don't want the people to be able to actually have that right. See, and I thought one of the things he said, because it is extremely funny, but at the same time, very poignant that he said, these people have arsenals that they've been sitting on and waiting. They're not going out in the street shooting people.
Nope.
They're not the gun problem. They're not the problem of why the Democrats want to actually remove their weapons. They want to remove them because, like he said, they're the ones that would take care of business.
War's over, baby!
War's over, baby.
That's right.
America, that up, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, man.
Still my favorite person.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think everybody realizes that, like Carlos just said, the invasion doesn't happen that way. No, the invasion happens from breaking through the border from within on the way out.
No doubt about it. But National Redneck Day, I didn't think there was a more proper day than July 3rd, which was also my grandpa's birthday. God rest his soul.
Everybody's running out today.
Veteran.
Let me get some fireworks.
Come on.
Look, I'm going today. Stephanie, our good friend who listens every day on Twitter, she's like, hey, it'll probably cost about $500 for the, a nice show. And I'm like, all right, well, we're not doing a nice show. Yeah. We're doing an okay show.
It's Bidenomics. We can't afford a nice show.
Yeah, here's your sparkler, son.
Your 500 is going to be reduced to 50. You get a really good 30-second show.
We're shooting bottle rockets at each other.
That's right. You better
I will
watch
do that.
Out. You better watch out.
Go grab some wiffle ball bats and some bottle rockets. We'll have our own redneck fun.
All right. So we have a caller, 404-741-1230, and wants to talk about the Democrat congressman that has asked Joe Biden to step aside. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, I think it's a matter of self-preservation because they know that he is such a drag on their party, and now even the liberal media is starting to acknowledge that. So I don't think it's so much they're worried about him, they're worried about themselves.
Yeah, look, this is the actual stuff. So what we're talking about is Lloyd Doggett out of Austin. He's the Democrat from Austin. He was the first one to step up yesterday and say, hey, you need to step down. But don't be fooled. He's not stepping down because he thinks Biden's old, but he also thinks that, hey, we need a younger, more energetic young candidate for this position. There's no doubt in my mind that they want to save their own jobs. They want to make sure down ballot they're protected.
Well, and that's the problem. And just as Rhino said, down ballot now becomes a significant situation because the Democrats have always known they're going to get people in lockstep voting for them all the way down ballot. That has not been the truth with us. I mean, we can just talk about the situation we had in the last couple of years where people voted for Brian Kemp, wouldn't vote for Herschel Walker. Mm-hmm. Okay? Like, that's a perfect example of when that has gone on. And the Democrats played and told you basically, you can be a good Republican by voting for the governor, just don't vote for this guy. They normally don't have that. The problem is it's a turnout issue. That's why they're so afraid of it. Because if they don't have the turnout, then the down ballot ends up suffering.
And then off to Wisconsin after he meets with the governors, trying to convince them that he's just fine, and anybody with eyes to see knows that is not the case. He's going to Wisconsin. Democrat Senator Tammy Baldwin, I can't make it. Sorry about that. Sorry. Geez. But it goes right back to, because she's in a tough race too, right?
Yep.
It goes right back to, I don't want him dragging me down. So you're having senators and congressmen and congresswomen saying, I can't show up to your events because they're going to tie me to you and I'm going to lose my race.
So as much as they continue to lie and they continue to say things like they had no idea about Joe Biden, let's not forget that Raphael Warnock didn't want Biden anywhere near him when he was running for his seat. Now, Lloyd Doggett is a little bit different. Okay, he's not worried about it, but Adam Frisch, he's a different guy. He's a guy who had a really good opportunity to get his butt kicked by Lauren Boebert. Luckily for him, she was in a new district and he's still running. He said, I thank President Biden for his year of service, but the path ahead requires a new generation of leadership to take our country forward. He went on to say, we need a president that can unite America, realize our nation's unlimited possibility. We deserve better. President Biden should do what's best for the country and withdraw from the race. He's doing this while running because they want to attract more of a moderate. I'll tell you right now, what we saw with Jamal Bowman, what we're going to see with Cori Bush, what we'll see with AOC in New York, the backlash that they're going to face for being too progressive and too far to the left, these people are trying to get away from. They want to get back to a more moderate. They want to get away from some of these policies because they realize these policies aren't working.
I don't know that everybody does.
No, not all of them. They just want to sneak them in a little bit easier, right?
Yes, but you're also seeing this happen worldwide. And that's what's got my attention, right? We've talked about young men trending more conservative. We talk about some of these, the ones that you brought up, those crazy, hard leftist progressive, the squad and losing seats. And then you look at Germany and you look at France. I mean, France is going to potentially have their youngest president of all time. He's like, 28 or 29, 30, something like that. He's a really, really young guy, but a very conservative man. So this isn't just in the United States because of what's happened with COVID. And then the leftist policies of the crazy, mutilation of children. They've stopped it in Europe already. you hope in the United States that we're not far behind, that we can get it right. But this is a worldwide phenomenon where people are fed up with these authoritarian type people that leftists are.
Yeah, that's the fear. In reality, Donald Trump represents the people. The entire right represents we the people. That's why the left is fighting the people. Because again, we can go back to Thomas Jefferson's quote about when the government fears the people, there's liberty. When the people feel the government, well, that's tyranny. So they fear the fact that Donald Trump and the people are saying, hey, enough's enough. Enough's enough with your fake lies about government jobs that you've created. Enough is taking our tax money and spending it. You've done nothing but damage to this, and you have no answer for us but distractions and lies.
Well, the great fear is what happened in 2010 when you had the Democrats that were essentially wiped off the board across the country, state houses and everything moving forward. And so when you have some of these Democrats that step forward and say, hey, we needed something different than Joe Biden, it's because it's not just the worry about their job. Like a Democrat in Austin is not concerned about losing their position.
No, of course
okay,
not.
That's just, it's the People's Republic of Austin. They ain't worried about it.
Yeah.
But what they're concerned about is being reduced to such a small minority that they have very little power.
And that's what we're hoping for. I mean, look, if we get some sort of move toward normalcy, toward common sense, that's all I'm asking for. I just want to see common sense applied across the board. And that's why I like Winsome Sears so much. She's the lieutenant governor up in Virginia. I want you to hear what she said on Bill Maher's show when talking about the Second Amendment. Remember, she's a former Marine, too.
Bad people will always get guns.
Always. That's the thing, because you know what? They're not giving up their guns.
No, because they're the bad people.
They're the bad people.
Yes.
I got tired of seeing black people every time we're in the media about guns. It's always bad. We are law-abiding citizens, and we're not going to give up our Second Amendment rights. And by the way, the fastest growing segment of gun owners, do you know who they are? I'm glad you asked. It's
women, yes.
Black women.
Guns are a leveler. You know, if you don't have guns, then the person who is physically stronger is always going to win. I mean, I do not like guns. I have guns. I don't like them. It's like I always compare them to antibiotics. I never want to take one, but I'm glad they exist because I'm as small as some women. And I may need to level the playing field, you know, I mean...
Let me finish laughing, Bill.
Okay.
But here's the thing. If you're breaking into my home while I'm waiting on the police to come...
Right.
I'm going to shoot you.
That's what that's why
I love her.
Yeah,
she's going to make a great governor of Virginia and maybe a president one day. She's so wise because she says, look, there's nothing I keep seeing black people painted a certain way because of guns. She was like, I want people to know that I am a legal gun owner and I have them for self-protection and self-preservation. And it's interesting to see because we're talking about that move toward normalcy, toward common sense, and move to the right around the world. You heard Bill Maher say it.
Yeah.
He's a lefty loony. He said, I don't like guns, but I sure have them.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I mean, that's crazy talk, but that's the way it is. And you know what? So does a lot of other people that consider themselves progressive and anti-gun. They still have guns, or at least people surrounding them. Brian Kemp, this is how he won the community over and beat Stacey Abrams. He went in, he didn't talk about, hey, let's stop all the shootings on the street. What he said was, women and black women are buying guns at a record rate because they want to protect their family. And that's the important part of the Second Amendment right, is protecting the family. And if you start protecting your family, and if you start arming yourselves, guess who's not going to break into your house?
Yeah, in this age of enhanced amount of crime, and that we have imported some of the most questionable people in the world, and we're seeing this migrant crime, this illegal crime go up on a regular basis. The idea that gun ownership, legal gun ownership in your home is somehow like foreign to people. No, it makes total sense. I mean, a guy like Bill Maher, just as he told you, Bill Maher is like a little 5'7" man, and he's like, I need a gun.
Yeah,
like, I don't need it all the time. I don't want to deal with it all the time. But if I got to level the playing field, I want to have it.
That's right. I love it, man. She said, Winsome Sears, I was tired of seeing black people in the media always being discussed in a negative way when it came to guns. And she said, we're not going to give up our Second Amendment rights. We follow the law with our guns, and good for her. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, and centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, July 3rd. Cobb County police are investigating after a child was left in a car on Wanda Circle in Marietta for what they say is an extended period of time. Police arrived at 6:30 last night to find the child in the car. Police and medics evaluated the child before rushing them to the hospital where they were pronounced dead. Investigators were seen talking to two people inside the home. More information is expected today. Two former City of Calhoun district employees, the school district employees, are accused of having sex with students. According to the indictment filed, Rayleigh Grayson and Brooklyn Schuler are charged with sexual contact by an employee or agent in the first degree. Grayson allegedly had sex with two male students, and Schuler had sex with one male student between October 2021 and January 2022. The ages of the students were not disclosed. In sports, Austin Riley and Sean Murphy hit back-to-back homers in the second inning, but former Brave Jorge Soler went back-to-back with Lamonte Wade Jr. in the fifth off Ronaldo Lopez as the San Francisco Giants took game one of the three-game set with the Braves 5-3 last night. The Braves will look to bounce back this evening when they take on the Giants in a 7:20 start. Chris Sale will bring his 10-3 record in the mound tonight for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
It almost feels like we're living in a TV show, and a new CNN poll puts us in the middle of a Game of Thrones type situation. We'll explain it next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
It's Lee Come Key.
Welcome back to the Lee Come Key request line. Ready for something with a kick that's still smooth? Talk about a hot time at dinner time.
Crisscross.
This is America's #1 spicy mayo and non-GMO verified sriracha. It's the Sriracha Slide coming at you from Lee Come Key.
Turn it out.
Sriracha Slide on over to srirachalove.com to check it out.
Sriracha real smooth.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Securing America.
President Biden visited the Washington, D.C. Emergency Operations Center to discuss weather dangers and the changing climate, saying we are now experiencing what statistics show.
Extreme heat is the #1 weather-related killer in the United States. More people die from extreme heat than floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes combined.
The president said climate change makes all of those events more devastating. He announced several actions, including better flood estimates and building up storm resiliency. But the president went back to high heat dangers to announce a White House summit later this year.
Bringing together state, local, tribal, and territorial leaders and international partners who are protecting communities and workers from extreme weather every single solitary day.
The president says even as some lawmakers stand against climate legislation, he will do what he can to combat climate danger. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Doug Rhino and Loso on The Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. CNN has a poll that has put us in a Game of Thrones type scenario in America.
Are we all fighting? Are we all trying to just go ahead and get the throne?
Yes. Hey, well, at least two people are.
So I wanted to bring this up and to point out what's going on. And it's so beautiful to watch because it's really not on us. Like, we are typically the ones that are like, we got to bring the fight. We got to point out what's going on. Then we got to argue about it. Then we got to deal with crazy liberal communists. No, now I'm actually kind of sitting back and going, well, we'll see you in November, and I hope y'all just keep fighting for your throne. Okay?
Y'all tear each other from shred to
Tore
shred.
it up. So I bring up, if you want to just talk about what has gone on with this poll and how it's turned them all into just crazy people. So CNN ends up releasing a post-debate poll that now has Trump up 49-43. And across the board, whether it's generic ballot, any other piece of information you want to go with, you want to add in 5 other candidates, you want to have everybody, Trump wins handily. And that's what's basically occurred. And it's made them go insane. For instance, I'll bring up Brooklyn Dad. If you don't
this
know
guy's an idiot.
Yeah. If you don't know who this person is.
See the guy you're volleying back and forth with on Twitter last night?
No, that's minor league stuff.
Oh, okay, got it.
This is nothing. So this person has a Twitter following about 1.3 million people.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And his job, he's
paid.
Compensated by the DNC is to echo the message and to constantly put out content that is helpful towards the administration. Here's his thing from yesterday. Imagine if news outlets like CNN and New York Times went after Trump with the same kind of breathless fervor that they've been going after the President Biden with. The polls would be very different. They've actually turned on their biggest allies. How beautiful is this? It's freaking Christmas.
Yeah.
And they're all doing it to each other.
Yep.
I love it.
I mean, there is no bigger cover than CNN and the New York Times.
All these paid agitators are parodies. They're funny to me. I mean, Harry Sisson, that kid, Sissy, is that his name? Harry Sisson, right?
Harry Sisson,
yeah. He gets paid for the same thing, right?
Same thing. So does JoJo from Jersey.
JoJo Jersey, right. These people are all paid by them. The funny part about Brooklyn Dad is he actually had his children taken away and he has no custody of his children.
Yeah, he ain't exactly the best dude around.
Right, he's not even a good dad. He also lives in Florida, which is kind of funny as well, and he pretends to be from New York. But these people are paid for that reason. They will say anything they tell them to say, and that's what they want. And they are losing their mind over the fact that, look, these guys that we talked about earlier, Lloyd Doggett, people are going to turn on him, especially from the Democrats. He'll be okay, like Carlos said. Austin, he ain't losing his seat. Adam Frisch, that's a different story. Some of these others, they will turn on you as soon as you don't go out and put what they want out there.
So you have CNN's Brian Stetler, and he hasn't been on CNN for a while. Obviously they went through their transition, but he was like all about it. Didn't matter what the administration pointed out, he was always about it. And you had a tweet from President Joe Biden about National Parkinson's Day, and he retweeted it, and he put it today of all days. Right?
But, dude.
Listen, JoJo from Jersey lost her mind. She's like, he's an a-hole. It's like, as they continue to fight one another.
Right.
Like, y'all are all on the same team, but y'all are all upset because you're backing a loser, and there is no way out of it.
The crazy part is 96% of the media is liberal. I mean, that's been established. We know that that's the truth. And yet, I don't see anyone signing big documents saying, this should be say the ones that signed the document about Hunter Biden's laptop being faked, even though they knew it wasn't. Where are people like that on signing a paper saying we think Joe Biden should step down? Where are they now? Do they have the courage of their convictions? Why wouldn't they do it now? Where are they? When they feel like democracy's on the line, where are you? You're quiet. It's interesting that they choose now to be quiet.
Well, because they got caught. You know, it's like when you catch your kid and they've got white powder all over their face.
Did you eat the donuts?
Did you eat the donuts? And they're like,
no.
They all get quiet when they get caught, and that's the problem. Or they turn and blame somebody else.
Could be.
So you have the Barack Obama end of the party to go along with Hillary Clinton that are looking at this and saying, we're going to lose the power within this party if this continues. How do we get Joe out? And even when we talked about it a little bit earlier, there was a CNN poll that had Kamala Harris basically right there with Joe Biden in terms of having the backing of the Democrat Party. Now, both of them losing to Donald Trump, but here was the backing of the Democrat Party. Maybe things were salvageable. The problem is Jill Biden hates Kamala Harris. If that woman was on fire, she wouldn't hand her a cup of water.
Ooh,
okay?
Right.
And this all goes back to Kamala insinuating that Joe Biden was racist during the primary. She hates him.
Funny that Barack Obama hates Biden.
And so the fun part about all of this is, again, Game of Thrones. Jill ain't going to give up this power for Kamala no matter what the polls say.
Right. And that's why, when we talked the other day and I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala behind the scenes is talking to the entire cabinet, trying to get this man removed. And look, today, and you're going to start seeing it all day today, Kamala Harris is actually getting the daily briefing with the president this morning. What does that tell you? They're getting ready to have him step down. Now,
not going to happen.
They're going to play the game. They're going to play the game of, hey, this is better for democracy. We are not a threat to democracy. We are going to allow Kamala Harris to take over. They're getting her groomed and ready to go. It's a disaster.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, but here's the challenge.
Oh, not before.
Oh, you talking about after the election?
If they were to win, their plan is let's get her ready to take over for when we have to remove him.
That's possible.
Again, remember the challenge here. The 25th Amendment requires the vice president and a majority of the cabinet.
Right.
So you're trying to play a political game within politics, within your own party. If you decide we're going to ditch out on Joe, if he won't step away, then they have to go ahead and pull the coup.
I think that would be the smartest thing, to be honest. And look, I'm not on their team, but I'm saying that seems to be the smartest way to do it all.
I would. But you know what's beautiful about this entire thing? And this is the nature of DEI. You're going to have white liberals who love Joe that'll be so incredibly upset that they pulled this on him. Just as there's going to be black liberals that would be upset if Kamala got passed over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because that's how they played their game. That's how they identified themselves.
Their house of cards is falling among itself. It's falling in. It's imploding to the point where they don't know what to do. That's why I love the Game of Thrones analogy. Kamala Harris is looking for the throne. She will do whatever she can to convince a majority of that cabinet or whoever she can.
And Hillary's there, and Obama's trying to make sure he gets another term. And Joe wants to sit on it. And Hunter is upset because he's worried about prosecution. And Jill realizes she's the real president. So they're all fighting for the throne, man.
If you vote Democrat, you're so dumb.
Think about this. Hunter and Jill are now aligned. And it really, look, this is my conspiracy theory, and this is tinfoil. I think they're having an affair. I think Hunter and Jill. Yep.
What? Hunter and Jill?
Yeah. So here's what I think. I think what happened.
Yeah. Alleged.
What did I just say? I just alleged this is my conspiracy theory. This is my town. This is my tinfoil conspiracy.
Right.
I believe that the influence peddling was come up with by both Jill Biden and Hunter Biden. Hey, he doesn't know what's going on right now. He has no idea what's going on. And this is our game. We are going to go ahead and take power. You go ahead and sell influence all around the world. We got your back. Don't worry about it. I think that's the affair that they have going on. I don't necessarily think it's sexual, but I think behind the scenes, they're taking down Joe Biden themselves, both Jill and Hunter. They don't care about him. They've abused him enough. And I think that's where this alignment has come. Think about him. This is the guy, you pick a crack addict who just got convicted to help you prepare for a debate, a guy who left a laptop and got your entire family busted. This is the guy that Jill says, yeah, let's have Hunter help as well. There's something else going on between those two.
Yeah. But there's something going on in the Democrat Party altogether. But the crazy thing is the Republicans are just as jacked up as we often talk about on the show. I don't trust them much more. The very slightly more, but there's at least a handful that I feel like are
in the Democrat?
No, in the Republican Party, because I think the Republicans
they're
are
all
just
the
as
same.
corrupt. That's what I'm saying, dude. They're all the freaking same.
Why do you think the establishment is afraid of the people, which is represented by Donald Trump at this point? Why do you think they're trying to tear it down? Because he's tearing down the entire establishment of this. This is why he's been an enemy since 2015 when he decided to talk about it.
I'll tell you, I think this has been good for Trump, though, because as you see everything, the house of cards, if you will, falling for Biden, it does seem like everybody has kind of fallen in line behind Donald Trump. I've not heard anybody talking about them not supporting him anymore.
The lawfare is such a monumental backfire.
Yeah,
because you basically put him on the front of every newspaper in the country, and you waited for what is he going to say when he walks in and out of the courtroom. And he turned into a sympathetic figure.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it is that you had people that still had memory of what happened in 2020, 2021, where they felt like, wow, why did you go after me so hard? And now you're doing it to him. And there's a lingering, in my opinion, a lingering empathy that has found its way to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Morning Extra at Extra 1063. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier expert 770 Get Heat. CentralHeat.com is their website. They can make it throw snowballs in your house just like they have mine, causing arguments all around. Because I like it warmer. My wife likes it freezing cold, so does my son. It's a continuous battle now that they've made our AC work so well. When we come back, we played a little earlier, but I want to give you another, by case you missed it. This story of why there were no wars caused or started under Donald Trump, since there has been several under Joe Biden. This is like a Reagan-esque moment. It's a mic drop moment. It's like this dude is a badass that loves America moment. Can't wait for you to hear it after Neil Bort's report and a Fox News update on Extra 1063.
It's time for the Bort's Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063.
Okay, so Biden hasn't pulled out of the race yet, so setting politics aside, a few other things that I like to play with. Scams, email scams, message scams, phone scams. Start with the phones. You and I know fully well that the phone companies could stop these damn scamming phone calls, where some guy from Nigeria tells you his name is Mike and he's calling from New Jersey. And he's got important information about your Medicare or something. And these phone numbers from these scammers are spoofed, so they come from your area code. For some odd reason, you can always tell it's a scam phone call because before they start talking, you hear this bloop. Usually I say, "Are you a Yahoo boy?" Yahoo Boys. That's the name of the semi-organized gang of scammers in Nigeria. That's what they call themselves. Sometimes when you say, "Are you a Yahoo boy?" immediately they hang up. Most of the times I don't answer if they're not in my contact list. But sometimes I just have to play around. I say, are you out of jail already? Another thing you can do is just keep repeating, "You don't say, you don't say, you don't say." Finally, they hang up. You hang up. Your wife says, "Who was that?" And you say, "Well, they didn't say." Then there's the email scams. "Your UPS package can't be delivered. We need you to update your payment information. Here's your latest payments for Bitcoins." And the newest favorite, "All of your photos and videos are going to be deleted today if you don't click here and update your cloud information." Deleted today. I've been getting that email scam for about a week now. Bottom line, Americans aren't well enough educated in our government schools to understand what is going on here, so they get ripped off day after day after day. The phone companies and internet providers seem somehow complicit. Tired of it. Neil Bortz, Extra 1063.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on The Kimmer Show every Thursday at 5 p.m.
And you think about what's going on today with the military in America and these days in the war. I mean, it's just...
And then you see the leader of the free world bend over and drop a grumpy in his pants right there on the stage.
You know, I mean, my God, the Babylon Bee said, well, President Biden just dropped the first bomb on Normandy in 80 years. Normandy.
Atlanta's biggest conservative voices are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
25 more House Democrats are considering it. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Reuters reports they may join Congressman Lloyd Doggett's call for a new 2024 nominee. Doggett tells CNN he wants President Biden to
realize that this is a hill just too high for him to climb and call on someone else.
Fox's Jared Halpern reports from the White House.
President Biden told supporters at a Virginia fundraiser his back-to-back trips to Europe played a part in his debate performance last week, telling the group, "I didn't listen to my staff and came back and nearly fell asleep on stage." The president says that was not an excuse, but an explanation. He did spend most of the week before the presidential debate with aides and advisors at Camp David.
Today, President Biden is going to talk with Democratic congressional leaders, and he'll meet with some Democratic governors. Former President Trump won't be sentenced next week in New York. That's been delayed till September after the Supreme Court's immunity ruling. Trump lawyer Will Scharf tells Fox the judge has issues to consider.
There were items introduced in evidence in the trial that he supervised that I believe are clearly covered by the Supreme Court's immunity decision. That effectively corrupts that entire trial. It could easily be grounds for a retrial.
Jamaicans are bracing for Hurricane Beryl, moving ever closer as a powerful Category 4 storm with 145-mile-an-hour top winds.
But it's a little bit on the small side as far as diameter goes. The storm itself might not make landfall, maybe passing just to the south. Nonetheless, though, hurricane warnings are in place for the island Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, and then ultimately, by the time you get into Friday, you're looking at a hurricane watch currently across portions of the Yucatan Peninsula.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz. Beryl's already done a lot of damage on Barbados, Grenada, and the Grenadines and other Caribbean islands, blamed for at least 6 deaths. We just got an unemployment update showing a slight increase in first-time jobless claims last week, up to 238,000. That is just shy of the 10-month high in claims a few weeks ago. America's listening to Fox News.
If you had $1 million in 2009, today it will be worth less than $700,000. That's the effect of out-of-control government spending shrinking your hard-earned dollars, and it's why central banks and savvy investors are buying gold. For thousands of years, gold has withstood war, famine, and economic downturns. It's been a stalwart hedge against inflation and hyperinflation. And the company I, Buck Sexton, trust to help you diversify into gold is Birch Gold Group. For 2 decades, Birch Gold has helped concerned Americans convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. And the best part, it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, you can trust Birch Gold, too.
To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898 and get a free, no-obligation info kit on gold. Again, text PROTECT to the number 989898 to protect your hard-earned savings today.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Superman, probably one of the best superhero franchises of all time. Best, I don't know. I think he may be even more American than Captain America, but that's just me thinking. I could be wrong about that. The best Superman, definitely.
He's an alien?
What's that?
He's an alien. He's not American.
He's not American.
An alien.
But
He's from another world,
no,
man.
I get that, but I mean, it's like when I think
Man, he wandered into one with you and I.
Yeah, he did.
But I just
Captain
feel like
America was born in Brooklyn.
You picked out an illegal alien and decided to say he's more American than Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Steve Rogers wanted to get involved and fight Nazis more than anything else, and he was a wimp. He was a tiny little American boy. He got beaten up in the streets, and he became one of the greatest heroes, fighting the Nazis, knocking out Hitler with his bare hands.
That's right.
And you say some guy who comes from space and invades and then gets free housing,
wanted to leave his planet.
My friend Trey Gill, born in Puerto Rico, the finest American. My buddy Mike Macho's family is Cuban, migrated here, the finest Americans. Superman was raised in damn Kansas. He has been and lived the American dream. He represents everything that is great about America when you move to America.
Yeah, but he crashed here illegally.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter now?
Now
it doesn't matter?
Now it doesn't?
You know who?
Hypocrite.
No. The reason is because he embraces America. He loves America. He wears red, white, and blue pajamas or whatever those things are.
Yeah. He also, you know what else he did? He destroyed cities by trying to fight everything by himself, knocking down buildings.
It happens. There are casualties of war.
He turned back. Hold on. This man turned back time so he could save Lois Lane rather than the rest. Well, what about the rest of our lives that got messed up because he turned back time?
I don't even remember him doing that.
See, because you know what? You lost time.
That's right.
Your life was affected because of this illegal alien you call Superman.
All right,
okay,
fine.
so
he's the second best.
Second best. I'll settle for that.
To Steve Rogers.
Okay, so can I say he's second best?
Yeah,
I get
that's
away
fine.
with that. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
You guys just
he assimilated well.
He did.
Okay.
Absolutely. Friggin' Joey was.
Well, he was truth, justice, in the American way.
Yeah.
Thank
he
you.
bought in. Look.
Okay, he bought in. He got here. He bought
That's what I'm saying, though. But there are plenty of people that have come to America legally.
Okay, but he still should have gotten for citizenship.
Maybe he did. Do you know he didn't?
Oh, yeah, he didn't yet.
You don't know that?
It would have been in the books.
Los, do we know that?
And then he would wear a disguise to just show what he thought of all of us.
Yeah.
You can't even tell.
Weak and silly. Yeah, he
what-
put on glasses. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, this
Clark Kent?
is
Who's
what
this
a
guy?
Yeah, this is what a dumb reporter looks like.
Curveball. Who's the best Superman? Christopher Reeves? I mean, it's got to be,
That's
right?
classic.
I mean, I
gotta
can't.
be.
I've not seen any of the other
I
ones,
will
so
say
it's-
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, he's really
done
good
a
too.
great job. He does play the part well.
Christopher Reeve's son is going to have a cameo in the upcoming Superman movie. He's going to be a correspondent. And I guess he's really a correspondent for ABC News, which is disappointing. But he's going to be in the new Superman movie whenever that comes out.
I hate to steal Rhino's bit here of turning everything political, but it was funny when somebody went after Dean Cain for his views on transsexualism.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, well, you thought you were Superman. He's like, yeah, we're both pretending.
Yes, I remember saying that.
I was like, okay, that's really funny.
It is pretty
funny. I was like, going after Dean Cain, another Superman that was out there.
But he also, wore costumes and had make-a-believe when he turned into Clark Kent. So there you go.
But
we were both pretending.
I thought it is kind of cool. I like when stuff like that happens. When somebody that's been so important to a movie franchise shows up in said franchise.
Yeah, it's
you know
cool.
what I mean? Or a spouse or a child, like in this case, Will Reeve. It almost gives me that, like, I kind of might want to see it.
I never got into
Probably not.
the Sopranos prequel that you had with James Gandolfini's son was part of that.
Yeah, but it's kind of cool that he did it.
But it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I always dig that stuff. What is it? But the new Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore Part 2 that is supposed to come out. You got, Drew Carey's going to be a part.
Sacrilege.
Is it, do you think?
You can't. Okay, Top Gun Maverick is
That's the standard.
That's the standard
Without a
bearer
doubt.
by which.
And everything else is sucked besides that.
No, I'm not saying that there's such a thing as a sequel that's not good. Okay, like that happens. But when you're talking about taking something that was 20, 30 years old and now creating the next version of it, not remaking it, but adding to the story, I think that always is problematic if you don't do it the right way.
Yeah. What was it? Coming to America 2 is a prime example.
It's terrible.
It was awful.
Ghostbusters Afterlife is actually good.
I know, I'm not saying it, and you said it was good.
Yeah.
But what was it? The new Beverly Hills Cop. I'm interested in that, and they're going to bring back Bronson Pinchot. Say his last name. The guy that was.
Yes, Bronson Pinchot.
Did you ever get around to watching Roadhouse?
The new one? No.
It's not a.
I love the
It's
old
not
one.
a sequel. It's just a
remake.
Yeah, it's just a revision of what it is. And I was like, it's fine.
Okay.
You know, the Double Deuce and now the Roadhouse next to the ocean. That's what it is.
Yeah. So the new Happy Gilmore though is going to have. You're going to have Drew Carey in there because he's the new host of The Price is Right.
Right, to make up for Bob Barker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
As a tribute to Bob Barker, which I think is good. And then there's somebody else that's in there that's that is, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Now I'm going to have to look it up.
I know. And there's going to be so many tips of the hat to what made Happy Gilmore such a great movie. And I think that's so cool. And that makes me want to see it, even though I'm afraid it's going to be terrible. Did you find it? Did you figure who else was there?
I'm just kind of taking a quick peek as far as who's the cast.
Because there's been.
Is it someone to do with Carl Weathers?
Yes, but I forget what the nature of it is. Anyway, but the whole point is Will Reeves is going to make a cameo in James Gunn's upcoming Superman. That's what got the conversation started.
I like James Gunn. I like what he does.
Stepped in it.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
the whole DC thing's kind of falling apart on me.
Is it?
Yeah, they haven't done a great job, and they've got such great storylines, such great characters. They just can't seem to get it right.
I did like The Flash.
I love The Flash. I thought it was
movie
good.
was
TV show
well
or the
done.
movie? Okay,
No, the movie that was most recent from the last year and a half, it was actually really well done. The way they kind of reimagined things, had another alternate universe, and Michael Keaton as Batman from 30 years ago shows back up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's well done.
See, that would make me makes me interested in seeing it. And I always like the Flash. He can run fast.
See, that's why I like it. I like it. Well, yeah, he can run fast and everything.
They hired James Gunn as the new creative director because DC was falling apart.
Yeah, James Gunn
so he's
is the
revamping
guy.
He
everything.
did. James Gunn did Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, and
That's
many
the Trash
good
Pandas.
Marvel.
That's
a Trash
where that
Panda.
came from.
Bring that back full circle.
Trash Panda. There you go. I'm going to have to find you a hat.
I know what's up.
I would be excited because I thought, Zack Snyder did a really good job with some of the Justice League, and they kind of cut it apart and broke it apart. There is a really good timeline with the DC Comics. And they just, I don't know what they do wrong with it.
Well, you know what they do? They give you a movie like Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Which is so good.
The first one. Second one.
And then the second one's terrible.
Awful.
Horrible.
Yeah.
So bad.
Same thing with Aquaman.
He talks to the fishes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got it. You're doing great, buddy.
You're doing really good.
You're doing so good right now.
Aquaman, fella.
Yeah, and I haven't watched the new Aquaman only because they kind of ruined I don't know, they just kind of destroyed Aquaman.
I mean, he didn't know Superman was an alien, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get there. We're getting there.
I knew he's from Krypton. I get it. I know all that. I know all that. But I just thought.
You said he's a better American than Steve Rogers.
I just said he's the best.
I almost got up and slapped you. That's how upset you got. I almost turned into a Democrat.
It's like you were so close to telling me that Hydra was a good American organization.
Okay,
God, yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
Hydra's like the Democrat Party. They tell you, like, hey, what we're doing is best for the world.
Oh,
in reality, they're just Nazis.
They're not.
Okay. What was the company that
they hide as political leaders?
Something Industries in Spider-Man is the one that created
Stark.
Yep, I think that's it.
Do you know who Tony Stark is? Of course.
Well, no, you're thinking about Oscorp.
No. Oscorp. That's it.
Oscorp,
Yes. They're terrible. They're terrible.
They're terrible. There you go. Okay.
Look at him.
There you
Terrible.
go. That's fair.
And he hasn't seen any of the newer Spider-Man.
No, I've only seen the originals with Tobey Maguire.
Okay.
Yeah. Norman Osborn's not a good one.
And I saw all of them. The upside down kiss and everything.
You've got. It was pretty iconic. It was actually cool.
Kristen Dunst was so cute in that movie.
Yeah,
she was adorable.
Cutie tootie.
That was
intern Andrew shaking his head at me.
Well,
no, I don't think she's cute at all.
Because here's the problem: she wasn't all busty and everything else, and so
she was normal.
She just looks mad the whole time.
She was no Sydney Sweeney, so these guys don't get it.
Well, look,
no, I get it. Kirsten Dunst was
so cute, right?
I loved her.
Yes, thank you.
She's supposed to be kind of plain Jane cute.
That's right, like Girl Next Door.
Yeah,
that's the whole goal.
She is the girl next door. That's
right. That's the whole point.
Sydney Sweeney's like the freaking Playboy,
the bombshell.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, good. That's totally different. Those
if
are
Kirsten
different things.
Dunst was, a bombshell, then she wouldn't have struggled through trying to get on Broadway and all those things. She had to struggle and become a waitress and do that to make the entire storyline.
That's exactly
there you go.
There you go.
See how we've solved this all for everyone.
Can we go on vacation now? This is overwhelming for me, and I need a safe space from your BS Superman comment better than Steve Rogers. More American than
Steve
Captain
Rogers?
America.
A man raised in
oh my gosh,
in Kansas, a man that's truth. And
you're right. I do kind of want to, like, if I had a glove, I would pull it off and just
smack him. Bugs Bunny style, slide a brick in there.
And just, no. Just I'd pull it off and just be like,
you sir.
How dare you, sir?
That's right. So I should have said second best. All right.
Yeah. Now you're going to tell me Thanos had a good idea going for a while.
Exactly. And y'all taught me who he is, so otherwise I wouldn't have known. I would have had no idea.
Listen, I had to do this with our former coworker, Brian Hoyt.
He didn't watch any of them either?
He ended up watching a bunch of movies leading up into Avengers Endgame, and all he did was bother me by calling him Purple Shaq. He just called Thanos Purple Shaq for the longest time until he finally saw it, and then he was like, "Okay, I mean, this is the name."
Okay, all right. I'm gonna
Purple Shaq. I love that though.
Donald Trump's almost a superhero, and I don't say that like I'm a worship at the altar of Trump, because I do not. He is a flawed man, just like I'm a flawed man.
Well, hopefully he's faster than a speeding bullet with the Democrats running around saying what they're saying.
Kidding. Good Lord. They talk about knocking him off all the time. But no, he has that superhero value to him in the fact that he seems bulletproof. All the things that they thrown at him have just fallen away. His time in office was a success, and since he's left office, it's been a disaster. But there is one story shared by Texas Congressman Wesley Hunt that paints Donald Trump into that superhero category that maybe you've not considered before. He, along with Byron Donalds from Florida, were on the Sage Steele show, and they gave their best story about Donald Trump that makes him almost sound superhero-like.
I'm gonna give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my number one favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: "I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal." And translator translated. And he said, "If you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you." And the translator goes, and Trump goes, "Tell him,
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Tell him what I said." Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
That is like a superhero story, but in reality.
Yeah.
I mean, in real life, that's a story that I've never heard before.
Yeah, it's good.
And it does not surprise me about Donald Trump whatsoever that he would handle it just that way.
Yeah, I'm glad we were able to hear that, because nobody on the left will ever hear that. And they'll go out and say, "Oh, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's not real. They're making that up," and blah, blah, blah. And then the left will call them racist names and call Sage Steele racist names like they always do. But this is the kind of leadership that we've been lacking. This is why President Biden looks like a complete fool, and people should be worried, because on the grand stage, in the world stage, President Biden is a weak, old, feeble man. And everybody's been right about it.
That part of the world, everything's about strength. Everything's about power. Everything is about what kind of damage you can bring to bear if necessary. And so, yeah, Taliban leadership definitely understood exactly what he was saying. And I'm going to
there was no mistake.
No, I'm going to show you this image.
This is your home that I'm about to unload on.
Is there any surprise that you basically had a ceasing of operations as far as violent operations all the way up until right when we were getting ready to leave, and it was all under Joe Biden?
And look at the just continued destruction and continued mess in the Middle East, mess in Russia and Ukraine, mess with China and potentially Taiwan, mess in the Korean peninsula. There's messes everywhere, because in 3.5 years, weakness has been portrayed. Weakness has been on display. I mean, that story could go down in history as one that would have been similar to Ronald Reagan or George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. It is that quality of story. I mean, this is a story that America has been built on, that strength, that type of leadership.
There's a reason that Putin didn't invade Ukraine. there was a good reason. There's a good reason that North Korea was held in its place and was knowingly afraid of Donald Trump, because Donald Trump exudes toughness, exudes the fact that he will hold you responsible for your actions. It's also the fear of the left that the man will hold up what's right and the law and the rule of law, and why he's so dangerous to the left.
Well, what was so damaging for the establishment was that this was a guy who was the same way with our adversaries as much as he was with our allies. If NATO needs us to back them, y'all are all going to pay in here. It's not just going to be us.
As they should.
That's what he flat out told them. It's like the days of America just being the sole one who's being the American policeman and y'all aren't paying into it are over. And so when he goes to speak in North Korea, it's the same message as it was with the allies.
Yep.
It's the same deal.
Yeah.
That's why it was so upsetting to them.
Yeah, and the same thing with trade relations and NAFTA and everything else that he's done. You're not going to take advantage of the United States of America. We're not going to continue to foot your bills. We're not going to be the ones that get involved in all of your problems and fix all your problems. That's why it's America first. And that's why it's so important. That's why so many people are starting to come around and realize, hold on, we need to protect us before we can help anyone else. It's an age-old adage. You can't take care of someone else if you can't take care of yourself. And that's what's happening here in this country.
Amen. And just to piggyback on what you said, Los, NATO, countries that weren't paying in, that weren't paying their fair share, as the left likes to say, they weren't paying into the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, where they are. The United States is not in the North Atlantic.
Nope.
So we're spending all the money to defend the North Atlantic, while the people in the North Atlantic wouldn't spend their own money to defend themselves.
We were spending the money to ensure that war did not break out in Europe ever again.
It's freaking insane. You're going to talk about...
Wow, we want to stop wars? Weird.
Just people that are willing to hang their hat on the United States, lean on the United States like a kickstand. And Donald Trump said, no, you know what? It's time that you pitch in. It's time that you be involved.
Yeah. What happens when you give free money?
Yeah. You do
they
nothing.
Keep coming back.
It's exactly right,
man. It's the Democrats' game.
Amen,
They give it to our citizens. Free money. Vote for us.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. Give those guys a call at 877-9-SOUTHERN, and southernexteriors.co is their website. When we come back, the Dems want to inspire confidence in the Biden administration. So the call for help is to a felon and a crackhead. That's who they chose to call for help. Next on Xtra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
The most powerful union in America, I've told you many times, teachers' unions, solidly in the Democrat camp, 100%. That is why Democrats constantly fight school choice, because teachers' unions hate the idea of parents deciding where their kid will go to school. That's the government's job. Thank you, Democrats.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Neil Bortz here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs, FirstLibertyBTC.com.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Hey guys, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly. Have you heard the buzz about Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy?
Thanks, Tara. I'm Dr. Eugene Wallace, CEO and head of schools of Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy in Austell, Georgia. We are Christian, scholarly, affordable, and relational. Seeds of Excellence is committed to nurturing the whole child, spirit, mind, and body. From daily Bible classes to weekly chapel services, advanced technology, world languages, fine arts, athletics, national competitions, and a dedicated team of great professionals, our scholars from 6 weeks to 8th grade receive quality care through a premier education grounded in Christian worldviews. By blending the Abeka curriculum with Georgia state standards, we offer a comprehensive and faith-based learning environment that equips our scholars for success. We are thrilled to partner with Our Town Monthly. We want everyone in the community to read all about us.
You're right, Doc. Seeds of Excellence is a perfect fit. Friends, explore SOECA.net and experience the difference today.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Extra.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. I want to tell y'all something that I may or may not surprise you about my wife, Laura. Tomorrow, she will set up a playlist on Apple Music because her musical taste changes for holidays. When Christmas time rolls around, she plays Christmas music starting the day after Halloween. It's crazy. The first day of November, we'll get Christmas music. So tomorrow, she will set up a playlist, and it will have Yankee Doodle Dandy on there. You're a Grand Old Flag will be on there. The Star Spangled Banner, God Bless America. This girl will set up the most patriotic playlist, and it will be 40, 50 songs deep, and she will play it throughout the entirety of the day. That's the type of person my wife is. She loves America, the most patriotic person I've ever seen. She watches the Olympics like nobody's business. She don't even know the first thing about soccer, watched every Team USA game in that whatever that tournament was that was downtown, and loves America. Do y'all do that too? Where you change and set up a playlist for holidays?
No. No, I mean, for Christmas, I kind of do. Okay. But I kind of depend. I'm too lazy. Right? Like, I'm too lazy to think. I look for, like, the Sirius channel, like Red, White, and Blue, or, I look for those kind of channels that might have that music.
I think I hurt my father-in-law a little bit a few years ago. Because he is a man who spent 35 years he was a logistician for the U.S. Army. Now, he wasn't in the Army, but he was basically a civilian contractor for the Army.
For sure. God bless him.
And so, this is a guy who spent time in Afghanistan and would call us and be like, yeah, we got shelled last night. It's like he's been through that sort of stuff. And I told him that Lee Greenwood had actually done
God Bless Canada.
Yeah. And I played it for him. And he looked like I'd stepped on his dog.
Oh, no. Well, that's understandable.
So there's gonna be a point where we're gonna be in the middle of July 4th, and I'm gonna be like, hey, why don't we play that Lee Greenwood song? He'll be like, God bless USA. I was like, no.
God bless Canada.
Happy to be in Canada.
That's rancid. The fact that you would do that to him is rancid, and the fact that Lee Greenwood freaking recorded it is rancid.
Yeah, he did.
Dude, I mean, he's got so much money. He had probably 5-6 hits in the 80s. And then obviously that was the biggest one by far, not even anything that compares. He gets royalties off of every holiday, anything to do with red, white, and blue, anything to do with politics, he's getting royalties. So the fact that he felt the need to cash in on God Bless Canada, take
He's a sellout.
Completely.
What's next? Proud to be Iranian.
Or Ukrainian.
Or Ukrainian.
If you're a Democrat, is Ukrainian.
Proud to be a legal Mexican.
Is this it, Joe? This is God Bless Canada.
Yeah. Here it comes. You're going to...
Sounds right so far.
It's the same song, but it's "And I'm glad to be in, I'm glad to be in Canada.
To be living here today. Cause the flag still stands for freedom.
So right now, like, my father-in-law is still like...
He's singing along.
Like, he's still, like, happy.
And, dude, he's ready to shoot off the fireworks as soon as the hook hits, like right now.
And I'm proud to be in Canada.
What the hell? Turn that off. Turn that off. That's awful. Turn it off. That is banned. I'm not in favor of banning things. That's banned.
Intern Andrew, let this be a lesson to you. If it's green, you can spend it for the most part, and that's what Lee Greenwood did.
That's so bad. I'm waiting for him to be like, going out front, stoning my wife, proud to be a Palestinian.
Yeah,
How much money can you make?
I think it's only Canada and God Bless USA.
Thank God.
I don't think he's done any more.
Too many.
You think he got a lot of backlash from that?
No, because most people don't know he did it.
Really? Yeah, I guess probably not.
I do.
Well,
and I did.
Yeah.
And my father-in-law did not.
See, but my
and
point.
he was hurt.
Go out in the sales pit here at DBC and ask how many people know Lee Greenwood did a second version of God Bless or Proud to Be an American.
The only reason I know that he did probably, and you're right, is because I heard it during a hockey game. They were playing it in an intermission break, and I was like, wow, that's weird. This is a game being played in Calgary, and there's the sound.
That's dumb. And I'm a capitalist through and through, but there's some things that are more important than money. There's some things that have more value than money. And your pride and reputation, I think those things should apply. And it didn't with Lee Greenwood. He sold himself. He sold himself his soul to Beelzebub. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude. That's the worst.
That was
worst. What are you reading over there? Greenwood
you hate Canada, don't you?
Well, I hate what's turned into, yes.
Yeah, me too.
So he claims in 1989, this was President Bush at the time, told him, hey, you should do this because it helps spread
love,
patriotic versions of your country to other countries.
That's dumb. Who told him that?
It's President Bush.
Yeah.
What a dumb thing to say.
That was dumb.
Good Lord. That's one of the worst decisions he made as
April
president.
22nd, 1989, Greenwood changes the tune so that the words fit Canada.
I mean, that's like no more new taxes and then passing taxes. You know? I mean, that's how dumb that is. That's right.
God bless you, Canada.
Death. Death and destruction.
I mean, God bless Canada. Don't get me wrong. I want God to bless Canada. There are many
God bless
great
everybody
players.
and everything, but yeah.
Well, I mean, there's got to be
They
somewhere.
can't have our song.
Well, there's got to be somewhere you go.
Trudeau sucks.
That is not, I would say, so incredibly restrictive to freedom when you decide you don't want to be American anymore, right? Like, wasn't it always, I'm going to go to Canada?
Yeah,
go.
Australia.
Move to Canada.
Australia, too, and New Zealand, too.
Yeah. Turned out that and turned into a prison camp during COVID.
Exactly right.
I wish a bunch of, they call them Hicks up there in Canada. I wish a bunch of the D-Gens and Hicks who are like really patriotic Canadians, I wish we could switch them out with all our progressives and send them up to Trudeau and the socialists.
I'm in favor.
Like,
of
we
that.
should make a trade.
Yeah, like, I mean, just say, look, y'all want that. Go there and get it. And it's beautiful. I've never been. I hear Canada's beautiful. So y'all, the libs and the progressives go up there, and the people that love and support and want to live in freedom come here. It's like a prisoner exchange.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a fair trade.
It's a fair trade. It is.
They're Hicks will just align with our rednecks. I mean, we're the same people. They just, know how to deal with snow. So we give them a shovel when it snows here and we're not expecting it. Boom, ready to go.
Bring your Canadian tuxedo. We're ready to have you here. Can't wait.
I love that.
Yes, there you go.
Damn it, let's go.
Welcome to the United States.
Welcome. Welcome, friends. That's the greatest thing I've ever
Just
heard.
come legal.
Yes,
I'm all up for the trade.
We'll do
Hostage.
the trade, and then we'll
right at the border.
Yes, absolutely.
Bus after bus.
Once it's Tugland, then everyone gets evaluated.
I'm telling you,
that's a great
and I would evaluate people with intensity. Y'all would not realize. Y'all would think, oh, Tug's probably going to be nice to. dude, I would draw a line in the sand.
Yeah.
Either you're on board or you're not. Either you love freedom or you don't. Your choice. But if you don't, you got to go.
Yeah.
You got to go. You're going to stay.
Love it.
So who does Joe Biden and the administration and the DNC and everybody involved in the upcoming election in November, and the current administration now for that matter, who do they think could save the day? Because Joe Biden, I mean, it did not go well last Thursday. Everybody knows it. Everybody saw it. Everybody's talked about it. So who could be that one person? Who could be the glue that brings it all together?
Hunter Biden. So this is Ken Delaney.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's not at all what I thought you were going to say.
Is Hunter the crackhead?
Yes.
I just want to double check I got the right person that you're saying.
Felon, yes.
Crackhead.
So Ken Delaney from NBC News, he's one of their people that ends up doing the justice and intelligence correspondent. Ended up having the tweet yesterday. It was so funny to read it because we'd heard that Hunter Biden has gotten kind of back into the advisor role with his father and that he's just around right now. And if you want to know what protecting the grift is, it's, listen, if dad don't have this job, we ain't making any more money. I got to go out and find something to do. And the rest of the Biden family has to find something to do. Take a listen to Ken Delaney, and what he said was, Hunter Biden has joined meetings with President Biden and his top aides this week at the White House. 4 people familiar with the matter tell my colleagues, who are all told the reaction from some senior White House staff has been, quote, what the hell is happening?
Holy God.
You brought in the crackhead to be a primary advisor.
Yeah, listen.
So
circus
fitting.
time.
So.
And you don't think Jill had a word in that? Hey, bring in Hunter, bring in, because they're the ones that are trying to protect Joe and trying to keep the power going. And that's why, you laugh about my little, work affair between the two. But when you start to put it all together, you're going to start thinking, Rhino's right on this one. Remember,
I won't.
There's only one person, there's only one Biden member that went to the criminal trial of Hunter Biden, and that was Jill Biden.
Yeah.
She was in the back of the audience. This is a plan by them that they will abuse the elderly man to continue down making their money. They have been working together from the beginning, Jill and Hunter, to really sell influence, peddle influence, but at the same time continue the money flowing in so that their family could be safe. Of course she called in Hunter. There's no other reason to call in a crackhead that actually ruined the presidency unless he was involved with it and he has the keys, and you got to hold him accountable, but also keep him close, because if he were to ever spill the beans, it would tear her up and the rest of the Biden family.
Help remind me, what was the payment that Hunter Biden was getting on a monthly from the energy company that he was working for on the board? What, like 50 grand?
It was over 50 grand.
Yeah,
it was mostly like lines. Averaged out to be a little bit close to 50 grand.
Like 50 grand a month.
Plus gifts.
Right.
But it had no experience.
None.
Yeah.
None at all in the energy sector. No expertise in this area. At the same time, Jill Biden on the cover of Vogue,
right?
Unless she's the first lady.
Melania Trump was a damn supermodel and didn't get put on the cover of Vogue.
And so we have these people that have been enjoying the fruits of all of this. Well, why do you think that they've insulated themselves with Joe? Why do you think that when you have the people pushing from outside the administration saying, Joe, you got to reevaluate and get out of here, why do you think that they've isolated him?
But this
make sure to protect the grift. Sure.
This looks like communist level Soviet politics or Cuba.
It is.
Oh, I know, but it's happening in America.
She's talking about we got to lower prices, and we're working hard to lower prices for all of you poor people out there. Check me out on the cover of Vogue. I talk about it in my $250,000 dress that they put me in a cover on. This is exactly who they are, what they are.
What she's doing, and just ponder this when it comes to, like, for instance, Melania Trump's probably the easiest one. That woman spent more time talking about Christmas trees at the White House than she talked about policy. Even Michelle Obama, again, not a likable person.
No.
But that was a woman who spent more time dealing with school lunches than talking about actual policy.
And growing
and
food.
Jill,
and, teaching agriculture.
And Jill is the one pushing policy as if she's the president.
This is nuts.
She's Edith Wilson. Woodrow Wilson in bed dying. Same thing. Joe Biden in bed dying, and she's signing bills, making sure that money will keep rolling in for the Biden family, because generationally, they need to set up the entire family. I mean, Hunter's got how many illegitimate kids? They got to keep paying for all these things.
Yeah, I mean, the Bushes were running reading programs. Okay, this was not about policy, about we're going to lower your costs, or this is what we're going to do for the American American people. That's Jill.
Yeah.
She's the one who's in charge with this thing. It's so incredibly corrupt.
And if you don't,
but if it's the family too, by the way.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It's a hand in
the
glove.
Clinton.
That's right.
It's Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. That's a great comparison.
It's Hillary Clinton all over. This is a woman obsessed with power who wants to be Hillary Clinton. Don't be surprised when Jill Biden runs for a Senate seat and then continues to move up. Don't be surprised when she tries to run as a national political figure. She is obsessed with power and she wants to keep that money coming.
Morning Xtra, Xtra 106.3. Before we get to headlines, we're going to knock those out. I want to bring in Slatoon because he called in and he wants to talk about the prisoner swap or the personnel swap with us in Canada. Slatoon, what's on your mind, sir?
Hey, guys. First, I want to say thank you to you guys for keeping America, or try to keep America. Also, I want to say thank you for all veterans and the military personnel who keep America being safe. Happy early 4th of July to all of you guys. I mean, without you, I'll be probably dead or enslaved. Either way, it's bad. Yeah. But anyway, I always said that Trump need to come when he comes to office. You need to make a new program or help him make a new program, and you do the citizenship exchange program. So you go to the embassy of the country you like, you apply there, and somebody from that country can apply, and you guys can switch places.
Yeah.
And that would be simple. I mean, you get socialism or communism, whatever.
I love it.
And they got what they want. They want America, and of course, America is going to be greater. But they cannot turn it back and come back. That's.
Don't hang up on him. Don't hang up on him. I got a very important question for him because he came up with a brilliant idea yesterday. We talked about the drones and shooting them out of the sky.
Yeah, with the Walmart man.
He thinks that we should do something as a station. I agree with him. So tell him what you said yesterday to the Kimmer. I thought this was brilliant.
Well, to Kimmer, to get like a national attention, to everybody see him, he needs to get a lawn chair, and hook up like thousands of drones, and then he can operate them or synchronizedly operate them and fly over Atlanta to show everybody,
that Kimmer's
how
back.
Brave he is.
Yeah, I love this idea.
That's a great idea, dude. Dude, that's awesome.
We put Kimmer in a lawn chair
and just fly
him over Atlanta with a sign.
Slatoon's got the best ideas of anybody that calls this radio station
in the world.
I thought it was a pretty good idea initially to look over at, let's say, some South American country and go, listen, I got a Barbra Streisand.
Yep.
I'm a traitor to you, but I need like 3 engineers.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Fair trade? Here we go.
Fair trade.
Absolutely. And, man, I will trade a Bruce Springsteen, a Rosie O'Donnell.
For a ham sandwich, I'd trade her.
Well, that too. But give me 5 Slatoons.
Give me some people that appreciate.
That's exactly right, dude. Just
American
someone
citizen.
who appreciates and has experience. Because I think second-generation Americans are people that have been born here, but their parents weren't from here, or even sometimes first generation, but the kids that have grown up here. They've experienced what it's like everywhere else. Mm-hmm. And when they get to the United States, they're like, holy Lord, you have no idea unless you've lived it or you've seen it. They appreciate it so much more than even people that are born here, like a Barbra Streisand, like a Bruce Springsteen that just can't get it right.
Look, we know one thing. Swatoon? Is that it? Swatoon?
Slatoon.
Slatoon?
I think Slatoon.
Okay.
I think
we gotta clarify that. But
Slatoon.
One of the things he said he's also going to do this week is take pictures of Instagram with him and an American flag.
God bless
and
him.
a barbecue and show
What's his handle?
everybody. I know we got to find his handle. We got to. He's
Call
a great
back Slatoon. Let us know what your Instagram handle is so we can follow you.
He's a great listener and he's a great American, and that's important because I will welcome every single person that wants to make this better, a better country, a stronger country, and an America first. You come here for freedom. You come here to be protected. You don't come here for open borders. You don't come here for the government to take your money and spend it on more wars. You come here to love.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, the exterior experts in the Southeast and Atlanta specifically, based in Jackson, Georgia. They can do every job that they're tasked to do because they're big enough to handle it all. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Wednesday, July 3rd. Cobb County police are investigating after a child was left in a car on Wanda Circle in Marietta for what they say is an extended period of time. Police arrived at 6:30 last night to find the child in the car. Police and medics evaluated the child before rushing them to the hospital where they were pronounced dead. Investigators were seen talking to two people inside. More information is expected later today. Two former City of Calhoun school district employees are accused of having sex with students. According to the indictment filed, Rayleigh Greason and Brooklyn Schuler are charged with sexual contact by an employee or agent in the first degree. Greason allegedly had sex with two male students, and Schuler had sex with one male student between October 21st and January 22nd. The ages of the students were not disclosed. And in sports, Austin Riley and Sean Murphy hit back-to-back homers in the second inning, but former Brave Jorge Soler went back-to-back with Lamonte Wade Jr. in the fifth inning off Reynaldo Lopez as the San Francisco Giants took game one of the three-game set with the Braves 5-3 last night. The Braves will look to bounce back this evening when they take on the Giants in a 7:20 start. Chris Sale will bring his 10-3 record to the mound tonight for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra final segment before America's birthday for the Morning Extra. Of course, the rest of the day will have great conservative discussions and topics of conversation with the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, the local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete and Flounder here on Extra 106.3 from 3 until 6. Remember that time Gavin Newsom lost in a discussion against the dude from The Man Show? It's better than you can even remember. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit Truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guests are Sergeant Finney and Major Gaynor with the Cobb Sheriff's Office. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Extra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life.
Talk Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. If that don't light your fire, your wood's wet. I'm telling you. Is there anything better than the feeling of patriotism? Because I contend the answer is no. There's just nothing like seeing the Stars and Stripes fly on a windy day, on a beautiful sunny day. Maybe it's at a ballpark. Maybe it's at a neighborhood pool. Maybe it's in front of somebody's house.
Fulfill your horniness. That's fun.
Yeah.
Or you get, now not talking drunk, like a little tipsy.
Yeah.
Like that might be pretty good.
Like Shabuzi.
Yeah, like you're not messed up. You're just kind of like, like everything's funny. It's like I equate all of these on the same level of, that's pretty fulfilling.
Yeah, I like it, man. I'm telling you. It's just, it puts cold chills down my spine. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I hear patriotic music set to the background of fireworks in the night sky.
Yeah.
There is just nothing more glorious than that.
One of my favorite parts of working at Star 94 was we did the big Lennox Fire Show every year.
Yeah.
The fireworks display. And we got to really go through the music and see if we wanted to switch anything out, and we get together with the people putting on the fireworks display and be like, okay, here's our playlist. This is what we want to go with.
Yeah.
I love that part.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun.
We used to at 101.5, we would team up with the city of Marietta.
Yes.
And we would coordinate with the people shooting the fireworks, the music. So we would have big booms hit on like song hooks.
Right.
And most of the time it worked.
It was crazy, right?
Glorious to see. I'm telling you, man.
It actually was like really overwhelming at first when they told me that that's what we had to figure out. Like at what point in the song is this going to be here, there, and the other. And I was like, how are we ever going to do it? And then, just the firework professionals were like, okay, here's when this hits. Exactly and we're like, okay, that's at 2 minutes and 12 seconds here. They're brilliant.
Yeah, it was good, man. It was always fun.
I think I'd equate winning money
to something that equals the patriotism?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get all of the ones that stir me emotionally.
Yeah.
Where I go, it's a pretty good day.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love that.
And patriotism, let's face it, all the rest of these are somehow self-fulfilling or self-aggrandizing. Patriotism's not, but yet you still get the same kick out of it.
I know, dude. It's beautiful because you know what that flag means to you. It means to every American, and the freedom that it represents, the sacrifice that it represents, and the sacrifice that it will be necessary to keep it intact moving forward represents.
We are ripe for the starting tomorrow. The American flag is racist comments from the left, and the I can't believe you'd put the American flag up, and blah, blah, blah. All their little distractions, and they're trolling about one of the most important holidays probably in world's history, as far as I'm concerned.
So, as we cruise into the 4th of July.
What would you prefer?
Oh, yeah?
I hand you an American flag or a foot-long sub.
Oh.
Like if we're talking like the next
Where's the
2
sub
minutes.
coming from? Nuckies?
Yeah.
Then I'm taking the sub. Sorry.
I'm just saying, every now and then you got to these are the trade-offs here and there.
I already have an American flag.
I know. That's what I feel like.
That's what I'm thinking.
I got my American.
Of those.
I got one hanging on the front porch.
It looks good in front of my front of my house.
You know what I don't have in my house?
I don't have a sandwich.
How quickly?
I don't have a Nucky sub.
Yeah, right. No, I get it, dude.
But they both inspire happy feelings. Sometimes I need one more than the other.
Oh my gosh! And if you were to make it a pizza,
oh God, what I would do for a good pizza.
Bourbon and Coke. Oh,
listen. I have a bottle of whiskey just for today.
Attaboy. What is it? What kind?
I got to get to Alabama quickly.
Lead Slinger, it's called. It's a
Lead Slinger.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That.
It's
Not
got
Gunslinger, but Lead Slinger.
Lead Slinger, and it's got a World War II soldier on the front of the bottle. It's a beautiful. It's a nice little.
Where's it made? Where's Lead Slinger made?
My best friend bought it for me for my 50th birthday. So
it's a birthday party.
Yeah.
The guy we met.
Yep. Sure did.
What? Tell me his name again.
Josh.
Josh.
Yeah.
Super cool. Josh surprised Rhino
out of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Josh surprised Rhino, came up for his surprise birthday party that his sweet girlfriend Erin threw in downtown Woodstock, and in a restaurant my wife and I had always wanted to go and never had the chance to, so it was a perfect timing for it. It was so good, so much fun. Dude, the fact that Josh brought you some Lead Slinger, that's a friend indeed.
It's a Fighting Spirit rye whiskey that I got at home. It's founded by combat veterans and enjoyed by American patriots is the way they throw it out there.
Love it.
LeadSlingerWhiskey.com. And if you'd like me to endorse you, Lead Slinger, I'll let you know
give
tomorrow.
Me a holler. What about you, Los? You going to the package store?
I'm going to be a little tipsy, hopefully by 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Shaboozy.
I'm telling you, have the family drop you off at the pool. You have them go unpack and come back and bring you ice because you're going to need some more ice.
I'm just going to expect by the time I pull into the driveway, and hopefully the car is loaded up, probably not, but I need the cooler to be ready so that we can quickly load up, get out of town, hopefully be at the pool. Because remember, we're... unlike our friend Neil Bortz, who lost a little bit of understanding of time zones, I'm going to get an hour coming back the other way.
Yeah.
So by the time I pull in, hopefully by 2:30, I'm at the pool this afternoon.
I love it. Board Up Joe, what's the plan?
Oh, I'm heading to the liquor store right after this with my sister.
There you go. And then to Wedowie, Alabama.
Wedowie, Alabama, down there at the lake.
What about intern Andrew? What's the plan?
Today, nothing. I'm just going to the Braves game later.
Okay, that's big time.
Good. What about Braves game?
What about
America's
tomorrow?
pastime.
Tomorrow, just hanging out with some friends at the pool. That's about it.
All right, good.
Yeah, I'll be at Altoona tonight, right in the middle of the lake, watching the fireworks out in front of the Etowah Yacht Club.
There you go. Redneck Yacht Club.
Yeah. Get a few drinks in me, and I'm going to tweet aggressively.
Let's go.
Yeah, goes for America.
I'm going to be watching America's Pastime, too. My son Jacob will be playing ball, and he's playing at the American Legion tonight, which has got the big planes and the helicopters and the tanks.
Let's go.
It's going to be a good night, I have a feeling. And I will probably ease myself into the American Legion because I'm a member there and slide my card onto the table and get really, really cheap beverages.
There you go.
Dude.
That's the way to do it.
I'm not kidding.
Brother,
the last time I ordered a Jack and Coke, I got a fifth of Jack and a splash of Coke.
Yep.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, it's the best place to go.
$3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lowe's. Yes. Exactly
Love
right.
it.
Happy 4th of July. Yes. Ooh. Happy 4th of July. God bless America. Stick around for great conservative discussion with Beck, Clay, and Buck, and then the local afternoon show with the Kimmer. For my friends on this show, Rhino, Los, Board Up Goey, intern Andrew, I'm Tug. Y'all come back there here.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
At least in the U.S., we know if Trump is elected, the whole woke ideology will be dead. The military will be rebuilt and led by a whole new set of leaders. Oil will be produced. Power plants will get built along with the wall. Illegals will be stopped cold. Israel will get full support, and the Ukraine war will be ended with some sort of an armistice. Europe will end the massed immigration from the Mideast and will likely rebuild NATO. What China does, and Russia and Iran, in the face of Trump and a more right-wing European Union, will be interesting to watch.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.